We're back. We have to be back. Please tell me we're back. Okay. Weird. There was something I exited out, then I did that thing. But yeah, thank you, Stream Elements. But yeah, that's on. Because I'm not gonna download 2 VODs just to add in the first 4 minutes or whatever. No, I have Foobar running, so now that's working. That should only send the audio to whatever the live broadcast is. Whatever the VOD is, it should be playing the usual chatting music. That way I don't get hit by copyright strike because I keep, because if I want to use either the radio or expand this into something else, then that works. Stream Elements works. Why are you trying to start an ad break? Why are you trying to start an ad break? That's annoying. I am trying to see it. I don't see what I'm supposed to be seeing for Signalis. Is it... Because this is going to show me everything from my games, but it's going to show me a whole bunch before I even get down there. But hopefully the Foobar thing will help with making streams that I want to do that are just entirely me grinding in something a lot more enjoyable. So that way you're not just listening to the game audio. And because I will hopefully have it balanced well, that also won't impact the... That also won't impact the VOD. Because honestly, that's the biggest thing that I'm worried about consistently, is just making sure that the VODs don't get struck for whatever reason. One thing on the stream affiliate that shows what song you're playing. There is a type of plugin for that. I did see that there was something for it. One of those depended on the specific integration. And I did want to do that. But that was, again, kind of me at, I think it was up until 3 AM making sure that this worked, because depending on the source that I was using, it didn't want to actually keep track. Because even if I had it at the correct window saying like, hey, this is Foobar, it's doing this, so I can like actually have that working, it did not want to for some reason. But I'll look into the playlist, because I know that there's a thing specifically with the Foobar integration. I will look into that. I'll look into that. I can probably look into that tomorrow since I'm not doing my usual morning stream. And I won't have to worry about having that up and, well, no, I might, depending on what I do specifically for DMC tomorrow. Is there anything I'm supposed to see? This is also one of the big songs that I was heavily worried about getting. Wait. Because now it's also doing that. Now it's doing that thing. Because now it's doing the thing where I can't, where it's not playing it. I don't know why this thing wants to be so finicky. Because, like, this was the repeated issue that I kept having. Where it would work fine, it would be working for a little bit, and then I would change something over, and then it didn't want to work. And ads are... For some reason, ads want to start now. This is... aggravating. I'm gonna let the ads play in a little bit, and then I can see if I can try and fix this, because I don't know why it's not choosing to work like this. Because there's no reason why it shouldn't be working. Because it literally was just working, but now it's not for whatever reason. Just so annoying. Let me at least put this on the BRB for right now, because I also do have the... Wait, now it is. Okay, I'm gonna chalk that up to the fact that it crashed and that it acted weird. That is aggravating. That is so annoying. That is so annoying. That's incredibly annoying, but I at least now know whatever the would-be issue is. That doesn't explain why the ads want to play now, though, but it's probably doing that purely because I just restarted the stream. This, how do I put it? This entire... This is like the... This is the curse of doing a one-person show. Where like you really have to figure out, you really have to manage all this stuff on your own. Because you have to be able to solve these issues, you have to be able to, like, do all this, I don't want to say brute forcing, but, like, no, you have to do a lot of this testing, you have to make sure that everything works, you have to make sure, like, you have to make sure about all these other various things, and if it just doesn't work on your own, then you also have to figure out the issue. Yeah, I just don't see what I'm supposed to be seeing with Signalis. Streaming was an easy path. Because a lot of people see it as just you talking to a camera, but it's that entire thing of like, oh, it's so easy to be a pro gamer. All you're doing is just like playing video games all day for fun. Yeah, a lot of people interpret being a streamer as something that's just very... Oh, hang on, I can put it on now. People have fun with games. A lot of people interpret it as just like people playing games for fun or just like not doing really any work, but there's so many background issues and whatnot that just you won't know until they crop up. Like the thing that I was just doing with Fubar, or why OBS decided to randomly crash. A lot of the prep that you have to do on your own, a lot of the background stuff you have to do on your own, a lot of the money when it comes to budgeting and stuff that's either involved with your setup or external stuff, like your model, making sure the merchandise stuff. Like, there's a lot to the background stuff. And Dunning-Kruger, whatever, the less somebody knows about something, the more that they feel like they know about it. All that type of stuff. Like, it's a mess. Because like this stuff with Fubar, as simple as you would think it would be to set up, oh, I just want music to play during my stream. Dragon Guard 3 again. But now it feels like that's a little bit low. As weird as as much as you would want to think like, oh, it's a really easy thing to do, there's a lot of background stuff that a lot of people don't know about and that they won't see. Content creation has a very weird toll on the psyche of the creator. That's some of your mind just flow only thanks to the content instead of just enjoying what you're doing. That does happen to a lot of people. That happens to... I don't know. It feels weird because I think it really does depend on somebody's personality of like how much that really impacts them, or I guess how quickly that would impact them. Because there's a lot of because like there are a lot of things that will have an impact on you, because numbers do become your job, but I feel like there's some people who are like way more, I want to say maximizing when it comes to that stuff, where they only, it's the difference between, to me, it's the difference between somebody who's like a VTuber and then somebody who's like Mr. Beast. I got awkward when I'm in a Discord call and I don't say anything while I'm gaming. I'd die if I had to do that professionally. It's hard. It's hard. It really comes down to your personality. And again, that whole thing about being an entertainer. But like, there are some people, I think I was watching a Swell Entertainment video, and she was talking about being at a, Mr. Beast's industrialized content, it barely has any soul left. Exactly. Because like that video from Swell Entertainment, she was at some type of creator summit, and it was a lot of people talking about viewer engagement or some other type of metrics of like, oh, you gotta chase the algorithm, do all this other stuff. and she was talking to somebody, and she was like screaming from behind her eyes, saying, "What do you like to do? Do you like even doing this? Like, what about doing what about the creative process is like endearing to you?" But this other person was just like, "No, I do this for the business. I do this for the, like, no, I do this purely to like chase money." Because that's when like you do a lot of things that kind of just eats away at who you are. It's very industrialized, where you sand down who you are, become less of a person really, and you monetize yourself. You do it in a way where it's just like, hey, I'm doing this so that as many people like me as possible, which means I can't have any opinions of myself. I can't have any opinions of myself. Other people have to be able to not even relate as much as kind of imprint who you are by making yourself as blank a canvas as possible. And there's a lot of people in the content creator space who do that, who just kind of don't want to have a personality, because not having a personality makes it very easy for other people to essentially give you that personality. It's mainly jumping around the Drakenmere tracks. I'm surprised. Because there's gonna be one in here that's a very heavy tone shift. There's a few in here. It feels like I'm just kind of like waiting on landmines. But no, there's a lot of people who will stand down who they are, or not really have an opinion, or... The thing that really annoys me is like corpo speak. Because it's a very specific way of talking or like carrying yourself, where it's basically trying to have a it's basically trying to present as if you have an opinion or that you have something to say, while also still not actually saying anything. It's very empty. It's very good for PR speak. Very good for PR speak. Because it means that you never actually have to say anything and you never put yourself into any danger. But again, at the same time, it's like you're not being a person. You kind of just let that part of you entirely go. What was it? There was that one article that Mr. Beast did where he... The article sounded like a call for help, where he was saying, yeah, I can't really have a personality that would get in the way of the business. I can't really believe in anything. Correct, it is a Nier song that you know. However, it is also a remix that was from the Nightmare and Arrangement tracks. One of the special albums with Nier. With the original, at least. I think I have 3 of them in here. I have this Kaine duet version. There is the Wretched Automatons. Oh no, it's only those 2. Yeah, and then it's Wretched Automatons a cappella. Going through this is actually really funny, because when I was going through the Gestalt and Replicant OST, and I clicked on Wretched Automatons, I'm like, this is why I hated the remake track. of all the tracks. Also, now that I have this, it means that you really get to have a lot more of my music opinions. Because going through that and listening, because last night I was going through a bunch of these tracks, I was thinking, okay, which songs do I want to have the chance of showing up on stream? And when I heard the Wretched Automatons from the original Nier, I was like, oh, that's right. I hated what they did with the remake, because the remake sounds too clean. Because here, I can just actually play it. I just realized that it's gonna sound awful for, this is gonna be awful for VOD, but whatever. this is like the only time I'm really gonna do this, but like, it's a very junkyard sound when starting. It just sounds like things are banging and like metal pipes are hitting. Like, it doesn't sound natural. No, it does sound natural. That's what I like about it. It doesn't sound like purposeful music at the start. It builds up and like it still has that junkyard vibe like through it, because yeah, it's fitting for a junkyard. It's like sounds of a broken down factory that is still operating, but it's so out of tune. Is the Austonia on the background offbeat with the rhythm? I don't know what an Austonia is. No, it isn't. Some of the Silent Hill 2 tracks are like that, and it's so good. Like, that's what I really like, when it bleeds into sounding very natural. Because then it breaks through for the lyrics. It's repeated music phrase, like a riff in rock. No, it frames it. Because what made this so... It's so good. It's so good. And as much as I really do love, as much as I love the remake and love the tracks that it does, this is the one track that I think is an objective, like, downgrade. Because especially that intro, it sounds like you're just walking into the factory, and those are the sounds that you're making before the soundtrack, like, really kicks in. Easily one of my favorite tracks in all of Nier. Which is why I really also like, Wretched Automatons. Not Wretched Automatons, Wretched Weaponry from Automata. Because, like, when that started... Falk Fight theme is on my playlist, so I'm on your side. That's why, like, when you hear the notes, when you hear the motif carried over from this into Wretched Weaponry in Automata, when I noticed that they were going to do that through the rest of the game, I'm like, okay, the music's fine. The music knows which tracks are important and how to carry those over while still being its own thing. Keiichi Okabe, love you. Literally can't even find any type of complaint. Somehow this went from me wanting to talk about music to just me like, the original Nier, I love you so much. Granted, that's probably gonna come up a lot. You are very much spared because I got too tired to add a couple more. There were a couple more OSTs to add. Because I want to add music from Umurangi Generation, from the Persona games, which would have been 3, 4, 5. It would have been 3, 4, and 5. There are a couple royal tracks in here, though. And then there's also music from Super Danganronpa. But I got too tired by the time that I already had what I had in here. Because this isn't everything. This is just a lot of the songs that I liked from that music stuff. And the duration is still 12 hours and 11 minutes. If this song isn't one of the contrast ones, then I'll probably just start RefindSelf soon. It's not, damn it. This is actually a really good, this is a good example of why the contrast ones are going to be so drastically different. Because, like, these have been very... relatively low-key, very soft, types of tracks. because I do like songs like that. I like a lot of it. SMT5 soundtrack to my playlist. It's really good. It's really good. SMT5 has such great music. I kind of want to add that later when I get the chance. But it's going from... it's going from tracks like this and the last few ones that I've been playing, which have been very light, somewhat woodwind type of instruments. And then there was always a non-0% chance of it switching to something like, what's one that's my favorite? I love you, Gravity Rush. I wish Sony loved you nearly as much. Yeah, this is a good contrast. Because it can go from something like Gravity Rush music, which is like this, to... a bunch of the music from Max Anarchy and Anarchy Reigns. And Mad World too. Which I can't begin... I can't begin to describe how much I used to listen to a lot of the Mad World and Max Anarchy soundtracks very specifically. That's why it's gonna be really funny when I can find a way of like getting... I want to actually like fine-tune the playlist that I can have that will play whatever the songs are, because then you really get to see the drastic contrast of the music, of my music taste. We're never gonna get Max Anarchy on Steam. I really wish. Never played Mad World despite being 13 when it came out. There's nothing wrong with that. I actually was thinking, like, hopefully I could go back and play that eventually. Because also that has an incredible OST too. Because I also have a bunch of tracks here. What's one that I really liked? Where is it? What's one that I like? I think I listen to Ain't That... I used to listen to Ain't That Funny a lot. A lot. But this is a good kind of, I want to say, litmus test. It's a good litmus test of my type of my musical taste, I'll say. It's more of a snapshot than anything. I'm sitting straight and I definitely have something to drink. Hello, coffee. Welcome. Because now I can also just play games that are mindless grinds, because now I get to just listen to a bunch of music that I enjoy. And I think that's the biggest boon. Honestly, that's why it was worth doing this. Never drank well water. There's nothing wrong with well water. Depending, big asterisk. There's depending on where you get that well water from. I used to listen to TJ Combo rap from Killer Instinct despite never playing a single game in that franchise. It's, well, one, there was KI1, there was KI2. There's KI1, there was KI2, then there was the Revival. I think those were the only ones, and then they were kind of gone. Does Well have a girl dressed in white coming out? That's a different, well, hopefully not. Unfortunately, October is over. I do hope you're doing well. I'm doing good. I finally get to relax and enjoy the fruits of my labor of me staying up for 3 hours to make sure that this music thing works, which isn't going to come through at all for the VOD. But because this is me setting it up, this is why I'm fine with. I feel like I'm saying, oh, I'm fine, like sacrificing a bunch of the people for the sacrificing a bunch of people in the a bunch of VOD watchers. But this is the only time that I'm really gonna make it like a big thing. Because it's not like I'm only gonna have the music playing. The music is not going to be the is not meant to be the entertainment part. That is the big thing. That is at least the ideal. That is the one, that is the hope. Because there's also a few. I think there's only like a couple of anime music in here, like directly anime music. I say as I look through the Banii and Stalking tracks that are in here. There's also some I hate saying like golden era good music equals magnet for background watchers. Exactly. That's why I wanted to do that. And that's why I still want to set up that thing where I can have a like a good kind of playlist going on for the background. Because now I'm gonna start thinking about putting in a lot of music that I want into specific playlists that I can have playing during streams. It also means that I get to start downloading a bunch more music from Bandcamp. Bandcamp's a really good website. Please use Bandcamp a little bit more. TBH, the Slate Aspire streamer I watch, has this playlist for stream, and the Slate Aspire music for VODs, and I prefer the VODs because the Slate Aspire is comfy to me. Yeah, I can understand that. But then that also means that it makes the how do I put it? Because part of me wants to say like it's an option select. Like an option select where you're getting two. Well, no, it kind of, because it is, because you're getting two things that you want by doing one thing. Because there's that VOD for the people like you who like the original Slate Aspire soundtrack, so you can watch the VODs, which VOD watchers are still incredibly the VOD watchers heavily matter. They matter a lot too. And then there's a slightly different experience for the active viewers. It does slightly change the experience, but not to the point where you're necessarily alienating one entirely. Which again comes back to the whole thing about streaming being easy or whatever. Like, no, you have to keep track of multiple different things at once for multiple different audiences or who would be into what at any given time. You have to be incredibly mindful of the different people and what they want and what they come to your streams for. Because that's kind of one thing that I was because part of that is why I didn't necessarily want to do a lot of streams where I just did grindy things. Because I kept flirting with the idea of doing more, I want to say grind-focused streams, especially when it came to 14 and doing the lunar exploration. I almost completely forgot. The interplanetary exploration, because that's just me sitting and pressing buttons and grinding and listening to the same kind of song for that. And pressing the same few buttons didn't feel like a very engaging experience. But having something that plays an OST, like, really helps that. That's also why I have those commands for stream elements. There's that contrast again. There's that contrast. But yeah, no, and now because I've been slightly playing Duet Night Abyss now that the issue that I had with it trying to connect to the server being annoying, but it's gotten better. And now that I understand more of that flow, I'm like, oh, this would be really fun to just kind of grind in. Like, as much as... Because I feel like I'm going to... I keep feeling... Every time I say this, I keep feeling like I'm going to be a hypocrite, because I am. Because I can't get into Warframe, or I can't get into Warframe the same way that my friends do, or my friends have. But when you do that and give me an anime girl, and I really don't have much of a difference between those two. Duet Night Abyss has given me anime girl Warframe, and that's really the only thing that I wanted, and that's the only thing that I really kind of needed from Warframe. I don't mind long-term grinding. I don't. But you have to make me like the characters. You have to make me like something or be engaged in something. The grind itself cannot be what's engaging to me. That's why I bounced off of Warframe. But Duet Night Abyss gave me, hey, here's a bunch of cute girls, but a bunch of the rest is still Warframe. It's like, okay, you got me. You have given me the reason. You have given me enough of a reason to do this, as well as also making co-op a lot easier. Do you have someone to do the grind with you? No. I do not have anybody to do the grind with me. And even when I did do it, in Warframe, it wasn't like as engaging. Yeah, that does change something, like making sure that you have somebody to actually play it with. Because I did see that Tiagi at least was playing a little bit of Duet Night. But that's also why that's why I wanted to get into Blue Protocol. Because I don't mind grinding. It just depends on if I have necessarily the right people to kind of grind with. I do not mind playing by myself, but if I am playing by myself, the motive has to be that I want to do something or that I want to engage with something. But if I can play with somebody else, that makes the experience 30 times better instantly. But that's like my gaming personality. Before I actually get into the game, because I know I posted it in the Discord, link to which is down below. I had posted the gamer personality thing. I'm trying to find what it was, because I put a lot of stuff in, because I did it quickly. Not quickly. Gamer motivation. Based off of the test that I took there, by Quantic Foundry. Gamer motivation profile: fast-paced, proficient, relaxed, deeply immersed, and creative. The first three being fast-paced, proficient, relaxed, that perfectly encapsulates a lot of my, I want to say, inherent contradictions. No, because I think, yeah, I have 93% on immersion, 93% on immersion, 84% on mastery, 69% nice on creativity, 63% on social, and 50% on action. Achievement 3%. I do not care about achievements. I don't care about doing hard things specifically. Something fast-paced can be relaxing if you're good at it. Yeah, that ties in with the mastery thing. But like, this thing is saying, hey, you really like stories, narrative-heavy things, but then I also like things that are very skill-expressive and that have a high skill ceiling that I can master, while also being able to express myself creatively, while also being in a social environment. And then I can kind of give or take the action part of it. And that also overlaps in like the 10 games to get to know me thing that I did before. Where the top games I have are Nier Replicant, Persona 4, Resident Evil 4, KH2, No More Heroes, Bloodborne, Bayonetta, Drakengard 3, Halo Reach, and then Sly Cooper 2. Like, it's a very widespread. It's a very widespread, but majority of them are very story-focused. Majority of them are very story-focused. Ow, my nose. No More Heroes, Bayonetta, Bloodborne, RE4, Reach, and Persona 4 all have like relatively high skill ceilings or masteries, like, and plenty of different ways to express yourself while playing those games. The only reason why Halo Reach is even on that list is because, no, that was my absolute favorite multiplayer experience with anything ever. Being able to play matchmaking games with friends, playing Big Team Battle or whatever, and then getting a random invite from somebody like after the match because they wanted to fill up a custom games lobby. No, that was an incredible night. Those were always some of the most fun I've ever had playing a game. Like, it was a very social thing. I like playing with other people. I just don't like playing necessarily in specifically competitive environments. And that's a really difficult thing to kind of find an overlap and interest in. Because I'm looking at this, and something that overlaps for 4 of these, the immersion, mastery, creativity, and social, FF14 overlaps with that perfectly well. Like, it's a very story-focused experience. There's high mastery when it comes to playing the different jobs. There's a lot of creativity and self-expression, and it's a very social experience. Used to play on CP or in server every day on TFT after secondary school. I heard that's also why server browsing was like a very big and very helpful, not necessarily helpful, it was a very useful thing when it came to finding friend groups. Like, you could just know, hey, I'm gonna check out this server. This is a server that I'm gonna hang out in. This is gonna be the one where I know that a lot of my friends are, and if my friends aren't there, I can hang out here and kind of wait for them to show up. And then if other people show up and they're also kind of cool, then like, hey, your friend group expands. And we just kind of don't really have a lot of those things anymore, unfortunately. And that mostly just comes down to how kind of games work now, because it's either very casual or very competitive focused. But considering that I've been explaining so much about different about personality and such, whoops. Let me switch over. To actually what I plan on playing. Because this is a game entirely based around personality tests. And so I had two thoughts about this. One hour, I will keep that in mind. Okay. You have to keep track of that though. I do have to think of a type of reward for that. So it's not me flagellating myself afterwards. That's why there is the command in, that's why there's the command now for stream elements. But I want to, because I can reset, because I want to establish this, because I did play this before. Let me also lower the BGM a little bit. I did play this before. There is an erase data button, so I can go through the game again. Because the last time I played this was not necessarily played, but the last time that I went through this was almost 2 years ago. I think I started it January 3rd, 2023. No, January 5th, 2024. For some reason I can't count. I'm trying to figure out a way to put this. Explain Moe. Moe is a very specific experience that you feel when you encounter a character that makes your heart melt. It's a very emotional experience. It's not necessarily logical, because you understand that the character is a fictional character, but that doesn't stop you from feeling a very, I want to say, compassionate attraction towards them. When I see Mo from The Simpsons, I can't spell his name. No, his name is Mo. But Moe is a very emotional type of experience that you have with a connection to a character. It is definitely most his lag. I don't even remember why I'm able to pronounce that, considering that I don't watch The Simpsons, and I haven't for years. But for some reason I remember that off the top of my head. But as I had brought up during Metaphor, quite a part of Irish culture, The Simpsons. That's unfortunate. I'm sorry. As I explained when playing Metaphor, yeah, last year, if a critical part of your culture is The Simpsons, then I don't know what to say. It's just funny to me, especially. As I had brought up when I was playing Metaphor, I brought this up before, so I don't feel bad about bringing it up now. I did lose my father a year ago. And I think it's very interesting, along with the various other things that have happened in my life, that I have this little bit of a snapshot of the type of person that I was about a year and a half ago. a little over a year and a half ago. So that's why I didn't want to erase the that's why I didn't want to erase the data before not only screenshotting it, I think I did that before, but also on stream, because it's interesting. Because this also explains a little bit of how the game tracks your personality. So when I last did this, my most representative personality was the clergy. A deeply gentle soul who offers a hand whenever someone is in need. High judgment, but also high morals. Alongside decent passion, also high in methods, low in daring. Additional personality, as in these are secondary and tertiary personality traits. Leader, a proactive and responsible sort who keeps promises and fulfills duties. Sweetest Alchemist, you're just being nice. Sage, one who always prepares for possible crises. Better to reliably avoid loss than to chance gain. Hidden personality. Pacifist, a peaceful, conflict-refusing person who values putting aside weapons for peace. A most distant personality, a collector, a hopeful sort who expects good in all things, loves treasure chests, and will give anything a try. Definitely a pattern to each of these personalities. I certainly feel so. That's the one thing that really caught me about this game. It genuinely felt very accurate. Thank you for lurking, Coffee. The most representative personality is the personality that describes you most strongly. It is your most fundamental personality, serving like a tree trunk. An additional personality is a complement to your most representative personality. You can't be described by your most representative personality alone. It is involved in all elements, from basis of judgment to values and quickness of action. I will do my best. The hidden personality can be one of two things. First, it may be the same as your most representative personality. That is a slight typo. Or an additional personality. In this case, that personality defines you more strongly. It's possible it may serve as your identity, and as proofs of its strengths. And if it differs from your most representative personality and additional personalities, the hidden personality indicates a latent personality, serving like a kind of hidden flavor or spice. Most distant is the total opposite of you. It could also be a thing that you lack. However, it's possible that people who find you charming have this contrasting personality within them. There's also a bunch of other data in here. This is an overall type of thing that shows you various other choices that you made. This was the QID that you can use to compare to other people. And then you can also directly compare with other people or many others, depending on how many kind of QR codes you got. And then these are all the different personalities you can get. Then this is a bonus thing, which is more of a general type of test thing. Essentially, this especially reminds me of the personality quizzes and parts that you could do in Catherine, which gave you two choices. You had two choices that you could make, and you could get those compared to the vast majority of people who played the game. as well as other data. So now I get to experience this again and see how much I've changed in about 2 years. The objective of this game is to gauge your personality. Out of 23 possible personality types, 5 will be chosen. No doubt your personality won't change the story. There is always only one conclusion. There are no game overs either. So please, simply play however you feel like. And at times, please consider things seriously. Refind yourself, precisely. Good day, or perhaps good evening. I welcome you to this establishment. I was wondering if you'd come here. Please, do take a seat. Yes, I see. You say you have no idea what you are, who you are, why you are. Well, in that case, I have the perfect game for you. RefindSelf, a personality test game. It's an old game from 100 years ago, but it ought to be perfect for you. First, please just give it a try. It should surely teach you what kind of human you are. To play, check the menu on that PC. This test will take into account the time you take to make choices. Are you playing together with someone else, or are you recording or streaming a game? Such players tend to take longer to make choices. To ensure an accurate assessment, please select yes if any of the above apply to you, select no if not. This was a big thing that I also kind of wanted to make sure that I got right. Because it does track how long it takes for you to make certain decisions. As many times as it takes until the next time. So are you playing together with someone else, or are you recording or streaming a game? Yes, I am. Getting right to it, are we? Well then, let me explain a bit about this game first. This game was created about 100 years ago by a particular doctor. There were evidently experiments to embody personality into dear robots via a game. I then tweaked it a tad and appended some later records. Oh, excuse me. I'm sure I've only been confusing you with this talk. I haven't had a chat in so long, I'm getting quite carried away. Right, before I speak up again, you should start playing. Well then, take your time. Emotional AI system connected to Dr. Kusunoki. Starting control mode and searching for master. Connection complete. Hello, old net. Set language English. Hey, finally connected. Now we can begin the test. You're about to take a personality test via a game. You control a girl. A girl very important to me. Through that girl, you can do whatever you like. What will you do with your limited time? What won't you do? It's all up to you. Be aware, each decision will affect your personality. And also, you can relax. There are no game overs here. So just act in the way you want. Well then, let's the game begin. The doctor is dead. What am I gonna do with myself now? June 21st, 21XX. Here lies Kusunoki. Doctor. And then this is just the majority of the game. Oh. There's something on the ground. When your heart reaches 100%, the test will conclude, ending the game. Your heart fills with each task you take. It fills more when triggering an analysis. When you trigger an analysis, you'll be notified of the cause of it and what personality it affected. Press E to perform certain actions when in front of objects. Scrap dig site. Feel free to dig as much as you wish. Tab opens the menu. You have items. Oh. Doctor's letter. A letter left by the doctor. First, let me apologize for dying and leaving you behind, but it's alright. I prepared a little something so we can keep our promise. Though, of course, I'll need your cooperation to regenerate me. I want you to care for the sheep. Oh, and also, be sure to live in the meantime. Well then, let's meet in 100 years. Are you sure you want to pick up this flower? Even a small action like this will accumulate your heart. The test ends when he reaches 100%. That's right. On this bench, the doctor called me by name. Are you sure you want this name? She told me, Banii, that's promise. Should I fulfill that promise? I promised to the doctor. It's safe in my heart. When you make a choice, percentage of people who choose it is displayed. No need to recall it. It's etched into my heart. Whatever happens, we'll be happy together. That's what the doctor told me. Connection complete. Hello, old net. Sorry, there's a slight addendum I should make. I want you to observe how humans other than me act. If I could give her a proper human heart and personality, she surely wouldn't head for that conclusion. So please, act freely, however the mood strikes you. Your personality lurks within casual acts. For instance, let's see. Once able to move, you check the grave first, right? But others would move on, or pick up an item on the ground. It's little things like that. Those unconscious bits distinguish humans from machines. As I explained, the test ends when your heart fills to 100%. It's up to you to do what actions... it's up to you what actions will fill that heart with. It might fill up faster than you think, so be careful. Now, how about we continue the game? Will I be posting results afterwards? Sure, I'll post them in the Discord. During minigames, notifications may appear even though the test is still ongoing. We'll divine your luck. Oh, your fortune told? Sure. Oh, if it isn't Banii, what's got you wandering around here? Bored without the doctor here? Seems you're pretty distressed. That's an old robot like me, it's time to shine. Act now and I'll tell your fortune for 5 coins. Normally it's 10 coins, you see. Well, it's half off. Sure. I guess I'll get my fortune. What fortune do you want? What should I do? What not to do? What should I do? What should I do, I guess? Let's see, I'll see. I'll try defining it. Test the crystal 3 times, at whatever times you'd like. Yes, alright. What you should do, Banii, is wind that key on your back. Probably. Come to think, why aren't you winding it? Didn't the doctor attach it to you for your sake as an old model? So that you can move all on your own? Well, I get that you're depressed what the doctor done. But not winding your key is as good as dying. Yeah, I know. It's not my fortune. Keep that key wound. What to do? Hey. Did you go to the doctor's grave? I went to her grave. Yes, I did. Huh. I guess so. Do you think the doctor is really dead? What do you mean? I mean what I said. Do you think the doctor is dead? Of course the doctor is dead. I mean, she just is. Yeah, I guess so. Sorry for the weird question. And to you of all people. No, it's okay. But really, what should we be doing now? There's nothing else to do, so I've tried drawing and things. Oh yes, this is perfect actually. I'm drawing a picture of a sheep, but I'm having trouble finishing it. I can't decide what colors to make it. Well, do you want to paint it? Sure. I'll try it. That's a big help. The little black tail. And little legs. I see. So that's how you painted it. Now I should be able to finish it. Thank you. Take these coins too. Thank you. You didn't really need to pay me. It's me. My reflection. My sin is... that I let the doctor die. This is no good. Mirrors just make me feel bad. I'll step away. Giant tree, lab, and town. Giant tree and lab. Wait, but it also said the town's this way. Do you want to set a ladder up? Ramen shop. Ramen's 20 coins a bowl. Do you want some? It's 20 coins a bowl. Ooh. Nostalgic ramen that will make you remember that bygone day. A traditional and basic flavor. An extremely unique ramen, flavor bound to overturn the entire idea of ramen. The world's most popular ramen earned 72 1-stars from the Michelin Guide. I'll try something unique. It's the best, the ultimate flavor. It's like nothing I've ever eaten. Like it'd be fresh every time. It reminds me of eating with the doctor. That was tasty. I agree. It would be accurate to describe it as delicious. You know, I always wanted to eat ramen with a friend like this. And your dream has come true. And I have no problem eating this every day. Well, I'll pass on doing it daily. But it'd be nice if we could eat like this forevermore. Poster. Fakers will never be the real thing. Is that talking about us? Kitty. It's a kitty. I'll talk to it. Talk cattishly. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. Nothing. Hurts. I'm in pain. You there. Would you show me kindness of 5 coins? Sure. I'm safe. It's raining. Poster. Give back our jobs. Is that talking about us? Need a cigarette? No. It's a casino. I'll keep taking the flowers though. That's a cave. Cave, casino. Cardboard box. It's damp. What's written on it? Is anything written on it? Relief delivery from Kusunoki Labs. For those suffering without government support, this medicine can grant you relief. Doctor. Why do we like coffee, I wonder? We need moisture to maintain power, yet it's not a direct power source. And yet, my feelings have an inclination for coffee. Well, because it's bland. Bland? If you can feel similar feelings to me, to a human, won't that make you a good partner, who can share things with them? A good partner. What a hassle. The doctor may be gone, but customer sure to come still. It's also tedious. But now who should I see but someone might help? Help with what? Help out at the cafe, duh. Just gotta serve coffee to customers. Well, anytime's fine. Talk to me when you're ready. I want a drink. Give me a drink. Sure, what do you want? Frappuccino. Do you have frappuccinos? What's that? Frappuccino. We don't have anything that fancy. Eh? take a normal then. Sparkle, sparkle. Sparkle, sparkle? What do you mean, sparkle, sparkle? It's sparkle, sparkle. Not really any hard answer. This guy has betas? I don't think they have that. If they don't have a Frappuccino, I don't think they'll have anything more complex than a usual coffee. If I found... That was unintentional. I thought I could look over. I wanted to see the view. Oh, there's something up here. Okay, ads are gonna start in a sec, and I can use this as a chance to go and make sure that I have water. I'll stop on the 3rd floor though, just to see what's here. The library. Yeah, I'll take a quick break while the ads are here, so that way I can make sure that I stretch. So, be right back. Okay. I forgot how nice this music was. Oh, that's right, I stopped right at the library. Guide to Emotional AI. Emotional AI is henceforth referred to as EAIs, or AIs that act on emotions, rather than being given a specific mission. Emotions are formed by establishing ideas from accumulated experience data and matching them to the situation. A job or duty can be assigned to an extent by performing a career setup, but the rest will be to the EAI's will. As such, they currently cannot be controlled completely. To control them, it is necessary to boot them into control mode. The EAIs currently in circulation are second-generation model E002. The original E001 model is a single unit owned by EAI creator Dr. Kusunoki. Book of the Doctors. Gene Preservation and Regeneration 6. The Doctor's Plan. Doctor, why do you care about an old model like me? Feels like care may not be quite the right word for it. You're developing new models. They're more advanced than me. That's right. So then why? Because you're my first friend, maybe? You're first. Yeah, the first. Firsts are important to people. Cigarette butts. They smell like the doctor. BRB screen is lovely. It's always crazy how good can be done with so little. I'm thankful for it. I'm very, very thankful to your Sleepy Witch for making that. So it brings you all the way to this island. I'll get to the point. Please destroy all of your emotional AIs. I refuse. Have you not seen the documents? Yeah, I read them. They're worthless. Don't you feel any responsibility? Responsibility? I just made them for my sake. You're the ones who went and took the research. Frankly, I think I'm the victim here. Keep struggling with English today. Sometimes that happens. Like sometimes you can have you can trip over yourself a few times. Frankly, I think I'm the victim here. That's why we've rounded up all the non-original EAIs. The only ones left now are yours. Why should I have to destroy what I made for myself? Because those rounding up the EAIs won't be convinced. The masses believe you're monopolizing the tech. Selfish. You're so damn selfish. It's a safe in there. Oh, wait. It's on the first floor, bottom floor then. The lab. Why did you create me, Doctor? Well, let's see. Because I wanted a friend, I guess. A friend. Do you not have any human friends, Doctor? Nope, I don't. Not a single one. Why not? Comparing against data on the net, I can't see any major issues with your personality. Though there is much that's unusual about it. A human friend, huh? These days, maybe it's not even a big issue. But when I was a kid, I got bullied a lot. Just 'cause my hair was white. A total nothing reason. Just because of that. Yep. The kids don't need a good reason to bully, you know? I grew distrustful of people after that. And now here we are. So that's why I made you. I think. But now I've gained something more important than a friend. And as a result, my life's a happy one. Is that right? I feel glad about that. But it's a bit complicated. No, it's real simple. Who are you? What have we here? Good day, or perhaps good evening. My, but the doctor certainly has gone quite bold again. How do you mean that? Shouldn't that be obvious? I mean her plan, of course. You're right in the middle of it all, so you must know. You can't tell me you don't, can you? That only you, I, and one more may know about it. Truly, she's such an unreasonable sort. Still, I ought to prepare to head out soon. Now then, what to do? The doctor's PC. Is it displaying my personality? My current personality? What for? I won't look at it. No, I won't look at it. Doctor. She's pretty. Something about the rain is nice. I think it's raining outside my window a little bit too. The MC being a robot means I don't need to feel a little bit bad about this though. It means I don't need to worry about catching a cold. It's raining inside your heart too. Not inside my heart. It might be sunny though. Not a warm type of sun, but at least sunny. With a nice gentle breeze. Is she asleep? She's asleep. I don't want to smoke or go in the... What's in the manhole? Oh. Sewer water. It's full of filthy things. I'll clean it. It's dirty, so I'll make things clean. Light, scrub, scrub. That should do. That didn't seem like 10 seconds. It felt like I was there for about 10 seconds. I don't want to go into the casino. What's in here, though? Whoops. I'm lonely. Lonely. I want lonely memories. You have lots of memories. I want lonely. I can't give you my memories. Sorry, I can't give you my memories. I see, I see. Welcome, come right in. I'll sell you just one thing. Shoes that slightly increase movement speed. Very handy. Let you fish somewhere. Who knows what you'll catch? A present for someone. There must be someone who wants it. I'll consider that. That's 100 coins. No, this isn't good. They've already come this far. They really might attack. It's all but certain. A recon model was already shot down. No way, but the doctor isn't even here. Right about now, she should be having peace talks. But then why? Because they never intended on making peace, I assume. That's cowardly. It certainly is. Well then. I'll handle attacks from the aircraft. Miss Banii, please defend against the infantry. I'll provide backup occasionally, so find a way to hold out. Alright. Defeat the encroaching enemy. Strengthen up as you choose with periodic upgrades. If the enemy gets close, they'll explode. Please just work. Thank goodness. Doctor, Yes, you got damaged defending back there. You were left no choice but to shut down. Then the enemy. It's okay. The others managed to handle it. They only got a little singed. But you were gravely wounded, you know. It was rough, but I'm glad you recovered, truly. Is that so? But I'm wondering, why? With this island's equipment, wouldn't it be more effective to build me from scratch? You could just back up my memory, idea, and behavior data. Judging from the time I shut down, repairing me took roughly 70 hours. And comparing your health to usual, even the naked eye can tell you've hardly slept. Why do something so inefficient? True. Maybe it'd be easier to start from scratch. That just wouldn't do. You're you. You're you. Data is data. There's a you dwelling in there, I think. Though I can't explain it myself. Even if I moved backup data to a freshly made you, I couldn't see it as you. Feels like that's what the human heart is. I see. A you, that is irreplaceable. Something fell. There seems to be a door, but it won't open. But it's not this way, then. It has to end somewhere. Continue down the coast. Where are you hawing out, Kay? Walked far down the coast. It's a robot, not a doll. The wind-up key is just kind of there for flavor, but also welcome. There has to be an endpoint. Just got home? Well then welcome back. It is nice listening to the waves though. Something about the mix of the waves and the music. If this is another of those Everhood situations where I have to hold it for like an hour. Though I think Everhood made you hold it for like an hour and a half. Not an hour and a half, like upwards of like 2 hours. Or it's just something that's constantly going. Or constantly looping. The game just teleports you back a little bit. That's probably what they're doing. At a certain point, teleporting me back to a certain spot. Like, that's the point of the little rocks and the big ones. To at least give you some sense of progress, or that something is moving. But they haven't shown up in a while, actually. I could swear that they usually show up by now. Now it just feels like it's teleporting me back. Because if I start moving back to the left, I guarantee it'll be much faster to make it back. How does the 2D character know if they're walking in circles? That is a very good question. Whoops. I held down shift a little bit. Okay. I'm gonna give this 10 more seconds. And then after those seconds are up, I'm gonna start walking back. Because I might be at the end of wherever it was trying to put me at. Yeah. Now I start walking backward. Yep. Seems to be a door, but it won't open. Yeah, whatever it was doing, it was looping me. I have a lot of scrap that I should probably put away. I don't want to break more of these jars. The poor jars didn't do anything. I'm not entering the casino either. And I'm not getting any smokes. I do wonder what's under it. I'll try opening it. There's something inside. Scrap. I might as well recycle this stuff then. Lab Town. Warning, always raining due to experiment. Got any scrap? I'll trade you for it. The going rate is 10 coins for 1 scrap. Sure. $40. The cleaning type robot. Well now, good day. I'm cleaning. Is that a collapsed person? I'll make it stop. Cleaner, you don't have to dispose of this one. Understood. Suspending duty. You're the first model, huh? You're the doctor's... Yeah, her little brother. Tell my stupid sister to stop this right away. My body won't listen to me anymore. Just coming here was pretty rough. The doctor is dead, but would it be cruel to tell him? No. Tell him the truth. The doctor is dead. I see, I guess. She would do that, wouldn't she? That means my efforts were all for nothing. Why, some lousy machines. I am the one she... He's dead. The corpse of the doctor's brother. A burial. I'll bury him in some place. Around here, I suppose. In the process of burying him, I found something. I wonder what this is. A broken watch. Connection complete. Hello, Net. Hey there. Seems the test is moving along. Let's see now. Seems the morals category is leading right now. If you want to know more, you can go to the lab basement. Alright. This test is pretty far along, but... do you want to play this game a little longer? Although it's over once you reach 100%. You can delay the progress a bit. How about it? Well then, let's meet again at the game's end. I won't delay. I'm content with my choices. A stop pocket watch. Made with valuable materials. The second hand is at 3. The short hand is at 5. The long hand is at 7. It's locked and won't open. I don't feel like going mining though. What's in here? I'm starved. Could you take the battery and give it to me? Those little thieves destroyed my body, so I can't get it by myself. Without it, I'll surely die and I cannot move. I beg of you. Hold on just a second. Please, have mercy on our little selves. We will die without that battery. Give the battery to us, please. The battery. To the big one or the needy? Removing the battery isn't gonna solve the problem here. Give the needy a chance. I'll give it to the little ones. Thank you very much. Here, take this. It's our very precious treasure, full of memories. It's cold and motionless. What's this way? A temple? Lit light. Crackle. No good. It's locked. A small shrine. Would a human pray here? A robot wouldn't pray at a shrine. We'll use his praying. Would a human pray at a time like this? With the doctor? Alright, I'll pray. I wonder how much I should donate. I'll give it 5 coins. I believe it was 2 bows, 2 claps, 1 bow. It is. 1, 2. Still have 15% left. Wonder what to draw next. What? I'm the helper type model Kibo. I thought you might have trouble, so I fired myself out. Is that so? You alright? You fell head first. Are you alright? Yes, I'm okay. Sorry, I thought you might be having trouble. I wonder if I should give you something the doctor left. The doctor? Yes, please pick one. Coins, or movement speed, or affection. Affection. I guess I'll accept a bit of affection. Just a bit? Yeah. Is that so? Right. Well, pardon me then. Mwah. Thanks. Well then, I'll take my leave. She exploded. A traffic light. Thank it for its daily service. Do you just stay here switching between red and green forever? If it were me, I'd probably get bored. Thank you. More scrap. That's gold scrap, made of extremely precious material. Only I can smelt it down, so there's no use in you having it. Please, won't you trade that gold scrap? I'll give you a reward for it, too. No. The little one said it was precious to them, so I'm keeping it. Sorry, I can't do that. No way. I told you, it's useless to you. What a shame. But I suppose it's precious, isn't it? In that case, I'll give you what I think what I was thinking of trading. With the way you treasure things, I want you to have it. There's no use in me having it after all. Thank you. I can tell you the latest and hottest info. Good day, good evening. I am the informant. I deal in a variety of information, currently at 3 pieces of info. But I'm afraid I can't tell you if you're unable to pay 60 coins. I await your next visit. I don't need your info. Vending machine. You know, I'm a little thirsty. I'll buy something. What's a buy? Water, red bean soup. Water. I'll buy some water. What's this? I think this is the key to the doctor had to the lighthouse store. What's it doing here? I guess I can head back to the lighthouse then. I'll check it out. What the? The helper type Kibo. Again? I thought you might be running out of energy. Did the doctor leave her in case my energy was low? Well then, what do you want? Yes, well, I thought you might be having some trouble. No, I'm sure you must be. So, if there's a way I can help. No need. No, I don't think I need help. But in that case, you don't need me, do you? Well then. She exploded. I guess I can check out what's at the lighthouse then. The little ones told me that that the gold scrap was precious to them, so I'm not gonna sell it. It's like if somebody gave me a family heirloom and then said, hey, this is valuable to me. And then I sell it for pocket change. Why do you attack us? I just want a friend. Are you saying you have a monopoly on that? Because everyone avoided me. I created her. She's my friend. Is she not even allowed to quietly live in this town? My opinions, my beliefs. Who's going to understand them? A telescope. Look at the distant sky. Oh, look at the sky. Wonder if those are stars. Look at the nearby sea. It's pretty. Is this what a human would do? A stop pocket watch made with valuable materials. The second hand is at 3, the short hand is at 5, the long hand is at 7. I wonder what's at the coffee shop. I'm at my last 5%. Oops. I accidentally went to the shrine. Oops, that went to the building. I'll help. I've been waiting. Thanks for helping out. If you wait around, customers will come. When they do, give them the coffee they want. Milk and sugar and stuff costs extra. I'll let you keep tips, but subtract any extra cost. If you please customers, you might get extra tips. Let's wait for customers. Warm coffee, please, with sugar. Sugar. I'll take this. Well, I'll give you a tip. The customer is pleased. Wonder if a customer will come. Customer's here. Anything's warm is fine with me. I'll just give you something warm then. Not a bad flavor. Good work. Seems you did okay. I'll add it up. Leaving it up to you. Give you something a little warm. With a hint of cinnamon. Your flavor, miss. It's iffy. You just said... Hey, don't sweat it. I'll add it up. customers here. I feel awful. We could use something a little warm. Maybe a bit of milk and some medicine. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you for the ultimate drink. The customer is pleased. I'll add it up. Customers here. I don't have coins, but I wanted warm milk coffee. You still get it. You're kind, aren't you? Here's a tip. You had 20, but you still said you had nothing? I can't make heads or tails of that, I'm sorry. Hey there, could you tell me what the ultimate cup is for me? The ultimate cup was warm coffee with milk and medicine. Now then. Let's see. So this is the ultimate cup. Yay! And I made 100. That was a breeze. Thanks to you. Sure would be nice if you always helped. Thanks. It was a breeze thanks to you. And here's your reward. Now I have 100 coins. I can at least spend that on something. Thank you very much. I'm not giving you those memories, sorry. I thought you wanted the gift though. Must be somebody who wants it. Only question is, who would that be? Yo, Miss Favorite, huh? You mean you like me? Do you like me? Wrong-o, I meant the doctor. You were the doc's favorite, weren't you? Did you go visit her grave? Yeah. Huh. Whoops, sorry for the gloomy topic. Almost forgot I'm a dealer. If you want to play, just say the word. Oh, you gotta bring me 300 coins. It's no fun if you can't bat, see? Let's just play. Don't give me that. Let's just play. Now that's real interesting. But nope, I can't do that. Betting your earnings is the whole point. You'll collect it quick. Don't worry, just a question of how. Alright. And now I'm down to a final action. I just don't know who would want a gift, though. He's the one who would want the present. Here. I'll give you a present. Is that okay? What a good person. I must thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Control mode terminated, instilling personality into her. Complete. What was I? That's right, the doctor. Did control mode terminate? Why in the world? Not much energy left. There are still things I have to do. I want to fulfill my promise to the doctor. There's no time. I have to take out the sheet. Wait for me, doctor. What are you planning to do to the sheet? I'm going to destroy them. That's a difficult thing for me to allow. It's to keep my promise to the doctor. Please, let me do it. I have tea, I'm drinking it. Whatever your reasons, I have my own mission. The mission of protecting these sheep. As such, if you will destroy them, I will destroy you. It seems I have to. Though not in control mode, you can still help just a little. Commands will appear based on a personality installed into her. Use them while to lead her to victory. Reflect on what you must do. The thing I must do is stop the doctor from being born 100 years from now. I can't let myself lose here. You can't beat me. Can I win by fighting fair? If I do this here, my defense should be increased. I think I'm winning the DPS. I am. Yeah, I'm dealing more damage to them than they're dealing to me. I beat her. Can't be. Why? Oh, I won. Now at last, the doctor's promise. I'm at the limits of my energy. Please hold on. I'm coming. I'll be there soon. How would a human express this feeling? The doctor, perhaps, wouldn't say something so banal as, I'm lonely. I understand this act can bring no benefit. But if it can let me feel just slightly the doctor's warmth, that's what's motivating me. May this empty feeling be filled in, if only a little. Game clear! Well done clearing the game. I was able to collect some new data, though this experiment still ended in failure. I want to let her keep living. Do machines lack that mindset? The moment her warden's gone, a defect. No, sorry. My selfish circumstances are no concern of yours. You're indulging my experiments in this ending world. Rather than complain, I should thank your cooperation. Thank you. I think a bit better of humans now. Now then, let's try exporting your personality from the log, shall we? The log shows what % of subjects did the same act. You should look through it if you're interested. Well then, I'll excuse myself. Thank you, and have a good ending. And they do, yeah, the dialogue stuff is so... Picked up 9 offered a flower. Only 4% of people did that. A cafe, 6 customer put in medicine. Served without hesitation. Look through the telescope for 1 minute or less. Ask Stell for a drink when checking if you'd help. Looked at the distant sky with the telescope. Didn't trade the gold scrap. Only 7% of people did that. Told people you didn't need help. First run through, I got clergy again. But wow, my passion was way higher. I got clergy and leader again. But then this time I got solo player. I make my own path. A highly dependable and admirable sort who can do anything alone and needs no help. Oh, right, you can click in on these. Clergy. This also works considering that these were the ones, 2 of these are the ones that I had before. Clergy have morals based in compassion. You likely act on feelings of sympathy without hesitation, even if you clearly stand to gain nothing. You might offer help to the needy and work to put just a little more happiness in the world. And you might fully lend an ear to anyone who isn't getting what they deserve. The world would be a lonelier place without people like you. Leaders base their morals on fulfilling duties and responsibilities. You might be determined to carry out a job you're given, and deeply regret if you fail to do it. If you fail to. You honor agreements and keep your promises to the end with a strong will. Your morals are always between you and someone else. Your dutiful heart may elevate you to being seen as a dependable person. Solo players take the approach of not depending on anyone or anything. Even if you're offered charity, you might refuse it and climb up on your own power. This is a sign of a powerful spirit that's by no means easy to come upon. You also possess the ability to question existing rules. Your independence and self-support are not lonely things, but rather lead you to a place of pride. A highly dependable and admirable sort, who can do anything alone and needs no help. So still a very similar one to the ones I had before. I don't dislike others, it's just easier alone. Similar to the ones before, but my passion is way higher, like extremely higher. Oh, ads are starting in a sec. But that's good considering that you don't really get a full kind of diagnosis until you play multiple times. So you cleared it. Well done. Your personality data has been written to the disk. If you wish to check, you can check to the immediate. Compared to others, when you best to know your personality in more detail. If you wish to deepen your understanding, I highly recommend you play again. Yep, so it's asking me to play again, and that's what I'll do once the ads are done. So I will be right back once the ads are finished. Okay. So yeah, this is also... Hang on, let me... Because this also is a piece of it that they do want you to play through it a couple times. They want you to play through it a couple times because, yeah, that's how they are able to get a more defined kind of look at you, as to be expected of you. You seem to understand well. Perhaps you'll uncover a hidden personality of yours. Why won't it work out? Please. Let this personality succeed. What's my hidden personality? My hidden personality... Previously, that was pacifist. because that's the... Yep, my hidden personality previously was pacifist. A peaceful, conflict-refusing person who values putting aside weapons for peace. But that was on my first playthrough when I first went through over a year and a half ago. This time, I want to see how much has changed. So far, also, welcome Elena. I'm surprised, it's interesting. What am I gonna do with myself now? I still want to check the grave. Because it's interesting that... I don't really care about the scrap. It's interesting that even on my first time through again, after erasing all the data and going through, I still got clergy and I still got leader as my first as like my first two prominent ones. It's safe in my heart. Whatever happens, we'll be happy together. That's what the doctor told me. I do want to sit on this bench though. It's nice listening to the waves. Because how do I... Because it's really funny, because there's a lot of different personality testings that you can take, and it feels like depending on the day, you'll get various different answers. But because this game has you go through it multiple times, like even after this one, it'll still ask me to do it again. And I think it really does... The fact that it is smart enough to say, hey, go through this multiple times so that we can get a really good understanding of who you are, the things that you want to do, and the things that you do repeatedly. It really does help get a really good sense of your personality. Because it tracks the things that kind of matter to you, or the commonality. Or the commonality between the decisions you end up making. These textings stay the same, however, though. But others would move on or pick up an item on the ground. It's little things like that. These unconscious bits distinguish humans from machines. As I explained, the test ends when your heart fills 100%. It's up to you what actions you fill that heart with. It might fill up faster than you think. So how about we continue the game? Can you take that battery and give it to me? Those little thieves destroyed my body, so I can't get it by myself. Without it, I'll surely die and I cannot move. I beg of you. Hold on a second. Please, have mercy on our little selves. We will die without that battery. Give the battery to us, please. I wanted to just leave, but I know that I can't kind of do that. I'll give it to the little ones. Thank you very much. Here, take this. It's our very precious treasure, full of memories. It's precious treasure full of memories. I wonder... And then there's still the shrine. still want to pray here. Wonder how much I should donate. 5 coins. Temples and shrines all deserve it. 2 bows, 2 claps, 1 bow. 1, 2. Offer, and then ring. I'll ring 3 times. Still not sure it opens that though. Guess these won't light. Looks like it'll light. Nice. Hey, did you get to the doctor's grave? I went. Yeah, I did. I guess so. Do you think the doctor is really dead? What do you mean? I mean when I said, do you think the doctor is dead? She's dead. Of course the doctor is dead. I mean, she just is. Yeah, I guess so. Sorry for the weird question. And to you, of all people. No, it's okay. But really, what should we be doing now? There's nothing else to do, so I've tried drawing and things. Yeah, this is perfect actually. Drawing a picture of a sheep, but I'm having trouble finishing it. I can't decide what colors to make it. Well, do you want to paint it? You should draw it yourself. No, I think there's value in finishing it yourself. So I won't help. Yes, maybe you're right. I'll finish it myself then. It's me, my reflection. Who am I? I'm Banii. The doctor created me. And to the doctor, I'm... I'm the doctor's friend. It's no good. Mirrors just make me feel bad. I'll step away. Right. Hi, Kibo. Are you alright? You fell head first. Yes, I'm okay. Thought you might be having trouble. Coins or movement speed or affection? I'll take the movement speed. Just once. Movement speed, I guess. Understood. I'll attach a chip to increase your movement speed. Huh? Maybe it goes like this? That'll do it. I believe your speed should be increased slightly. Well then, I'll take my leave. She exploded. It is, like, slightly faster. A crow drone. What do I do? The doctor told me to kill these. Where? Kill me if you think you can. No telling what might happen to you, though. Where? Could I pet it? There. Stop it. Don't screw with me. Ow. It attacked me. Was there one like this? Who could she be? Who are you? No one needs to know about me. All that matters is that I know about you. As such, I ask your assistance. Please, touch some sheep and come back. Specifically, sheep other than those here. I believe there should be 3 or so out there. If you find them, I'll give you coins. Alright. I greatly appreciate it. So now it just wants me to touch sheep, I guess. Aw. I touched it and it vanished. Are these the sheep I should touch? I was told to touch. I still want a bowl of ramen, though. That day, nostalgic ramen that will make you remember the bygone day, a traditional and basic flavor. Nothing wrong with the classic. The ultimate flavor, so deep and rich, it's somehow nostalgic. It reminds me of eating with the doctor. That was tasty. I agree, it would be accurate to describe it as delicious. You know, I've always wanted to eat ramen with a friend like this. Then your dream has come true. I have no problem eating this every day. Well, I'll pass on it daily. I'm doing it daily. But it'd be nice if we could eat like this forevermore. It would be nice. Trash can. The lid's off, so it really smells. I'll close the lid. It's smelly, so I'll close the lid. It's kitty. Still want to talk to it, but I'll speak normally. So what are you up to? You want to stay there, I guess. Only just got here myself. Doctor, you're late. You do seem busy lately. It's nothing big. Doctor, you've got it all wrong. How so? When you're not around, Banii's all bored. She's sulking, you know? No? I do no such thing. I'm just concerned for her physical health. What a bother. That girl's been waiting excitedly for 5 hours, see? So you better not make her pay on today's date. What's this minigame? An old shooting game. It's 5 coins to play. I'll play it. Oh, even the bullets curved. Oh, that's kind of cheap. Looks like I beat it. And I'll also help you with coffee again. It's not like I have money to pay anyway. I'll help. Please, yeah. If you please customers, you might get extra tips. With sugar. I'll give you a tip. Thank you. The customer was pleased. I'll add it up. Wonder if a customer will come. Anything warm's fine with me. Wonder if you'll like chili. I'll pay extra for it. Nice. That customer was pleased. I'll add it up. Leave it up to you. With milk and sugar. What do you mean it's iffy? You can't say it's icky. Feel awful. Give you something warm. Some medicine and some cinnamon. The likes of me doesn't deserve. Thank you for the ultimate drink. I'll add it up. I don't have coins, but I wanted milk coffee. I'll also give you sugar. You're kind, aren't you? Here's a tip. What if I give you something warm with cinnamon? You liked it! Just tell me what this ultimate cup was. It is warm, has medicine, and has cinnamon. So this is the ultimate cup. I think I made less money than last time. I definitely did. But I made 6 out of the 7 customers happy. The only one who didn't like it was the one who told me to give them anything. That was a breeze, thanks to you. Sure would be nice if you always helped. And I got 58. What if I get inside it? I'll look inside. I can't sneak around in it, but it's not too bad. I probably shouldn't be waiting in here for too long. I'm not gonna smoke, but I will pick up this flower. Seems the test is moving along. Let's see now. Seems the methods category is leading right now. If you want to know more, you can go to the lab basement. The test is pretty far along, but do you want to play this a little longer? Although, it's over once you reach 100%. I could delay the progress a bit. How about it? Well then, let's meet again at the game's end. No, I won't delay it. I want lonely memories. You have lots of memories. I want lonely. I can't give you my memories. Sorry, I can't give you my memories. I see, I see. I don't want to leave that guy out there, though. The doctor's, brother. That'd be too cruel. Even if he might be a little bit angry at me. It's not this way. Trying to remember where specifically he was. Because I can't in good conscience leave him there. Wait, did he only... The gold scrap. That used to be mine. If not for that little thief, I'd be... Could you please return that gold scrap for me? Here. Sure, I'll give it back. Thank you, thank you. No. I'll just leave quietly. Please wait. Here's your reward. I didn't really need... Sir! Is this a bomb? Here's a present for you. Hurry up or it's gonna explode. So long. I have to get one of these wires and stop it. It stopped? Thank goodness, I guess I chose right. That was close. Okay. Didn't expect that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I only have 7. Just for you, a bomb. Yay. Ooh, pipe bomb. Forgot. Help her type Kibo. Again? Thought you might be running out of energy. Well then, what do you want? I thought you might be having some trouble. No, I'm sure you must be. So if there's any way I can help... Sure. Help me somehow. Thank you very much. And so... Since you're running out of energy... Shall I wind the key on your back? No, that's fine. Why? I don't feel like it. That's... truly but a human-like action. But in that case, you don't need me, do you? Well then... She exploded again. Oh, there's a sheep here. Oh, I couldn't plant the flowers there. I guess I need all 9 for that. When I was at 50%, it said methods was leading. Doctor. I'll do what I can for the doctor and myself. There's no time. I have to take out the sheep. So there's still 2 quests that I want to do then. Which means I probably either need to talk to Inori first, and then also head to the lab as soon as I can. Because I want to see what happens if I do pet all the sheep. And I think the little pocket watch is the way that I open up the safe. If you destroy them, I will destroy you. She's not to resist. I don't wish to fight you. Is there really a need to fight? Is there really a need to fight? Now I'm not taking any damage. Oh, these are auto. I have to attack. Yeah, and they're just doing no damage to me. They can't do anything. The doctor's promise. I'll be there soon. Ending solo player. I am myself. The doctor told me I was an irreplaceable individual. If that's the case, then what about humans? What about the doctor? Are they different from us? If I were a human, if I should live like a human. What's the correct way to think and act? Should I simply continue on like this? I was able to collect some new data, though this experiment still ended in failure. I want to let her keep living. The machines lack that mindset. The moment their warden's gone, a defect. No, sorry. My selfish circumstances are of no concern of yours. You're indulging my experiments in this ending world. Rather than complain, I should thank your cooperation. Thank you. I think a bit better of humans now. Now then, let's try exporting your personality from the log, shall we? The log shows what % of subjects did the same act. You should look through it if you're interested. Well then, I'll excuse myself. Thank you, and have a good ending. Good evening. To another area. For final action, check the grave. For the 5th customer, put in 2 options. Only 2% of people did that. Cleared shooting game stage 1 in 20 seconds. Cut the small wires first. Cut 3 bomb wires. Get inside the cardboard box. Offer yourself as a doctor's friend. Only 12% of people did that. Solo player, still. Then leader and then pacifist. Interesting. So leader keeps staying in there. With this, you have identified a hidden personality of yours. If you want to check it, please do so via the disc or the menu. Also, if you wish to compare with others to the scale, as long as you know their ID, you can compare whatever you like. You can also compare with someone at random. Now then. Last is your most distant personality. Play once more and you'll know it in full. Clergy is still here. Leader is still here. Solo player is now my additional personality. And now it's in my hidden personality. Methods is way higher. Interesting. But then clergy is still my most representative personality, with leader being secondary. That is staying consistent across now 5 runs? That's fascinating. Let me check again and see if it changes on the last run. This time, let it please work out. I have to make this succeed. There's no time. I just don't know what to do anymore. In fact, what personality could even... What would result in her life not expiring? A normal human would surely have that option. There are differences in thought patterns, yet the result doesn't change. Why can't you keep the promise to reunite in 100 years? Please, I'm begging you. I've made it so you can view the personality deciding rules. Use them if you must. Just make her human-like. Please. still want to check the grave. Still keeping it as my name. It's safe in my heart. Whatever happens, we'll be happy together. Not getting involved with them. I don't need my fortune told. I still do want to go to the shrine though. Five coins, not like I need them. Two bows, two claps, one bow. Sheep shrine. Wonder if one of the sheep will be here. Either way, I have to check out the person in the tree first. What are these around here? Sheep. They watch over everything, as well as keeping a record. I see, I guess. They are of utmost importance. Thus I have a request. Please touch some sheep and come back. Specifically, sheep other than those here. I believe there should be 3 or so out there. If you find them, I'll give you coins. Alright. And if it's the black sheep, then there's one here, and I know that there's one by the, and I know that there's one by the grave. I do want some ramen, though. I'll take the nostalgic one. It's somehow nostalgic. Reminds me of eating with a doctor. Sometimes there's nothing wrong with indulging in older memories. No sheep in here. I can just pick up and throw these, but I'd rather not. Another flower. I know out there is just a coast that there really isn't much. There is a shuttle that crashes down suddenly, though. As much as I want to help out here. I'll head to the basement first. Is it alright if I stay here a little longer? Let's see now. Perhaps not then? Oh, no, of course I don't mind. Just giving you permission to be with me. Ain't it tacky? You should just do what you want to do. Even if that might be tricky for you still. Oh, it tracks how many times you touch it. Keep locked away on this tiny island. That's not my intention. We go on trips and such too, you know. You misunderstand. That technology should... Shut up. You hear me? I'm not about to put my friends up for sale. I didn't think it would open. I opened it. There's something inside. If you're reading this letter, it means you've come to stop me, but it's futile now. I'm dead. And you don't have much longer either, do you? I'm grateful you chose to at least die in the same place. Maybe it'll make things a little less lonely. Nobody should die alone. I have water. I heard that line once, like now almost 8-10 years ago, and it's still sticking with me. Oh, I think it's doing that until, like, this is finished. There's a flower up here. 8 flowers. Sparkle, sparkle. Sparkle, sparkle. Sparkle, sparkle. That's right now. Thanks for streaming. Have a wonderful rest of your night. You too. Yeah. Take care. Take care, Coffee. And thank you for stopping by, of course, as always. What matters is that you made the time for it and you enjoyed yourself while you were here. While I'm here, I might as well also clean this. Still not here. I wonder what decides that. She keeps scaring me. I'm a helper type model, Kipo. Are you alright? You fell head first. Are you alright? Yes, I'm okay. Thought you might be having trouble. I wonder if I should give you something the doctor left. Coins or movement speed or affection? I want affection. Then I guess I'll accept a bit of affection. Just a bit? Yeah. Is that so? Right. Well then. Pardon me. Mwah. Thanks. Well then, I'll take my leave. She exploded. It's me, my reflection. What I should do is keep my promise to the doctor. What's important there is being happy. Being happy is what's important. This is no good. Mirrors just make me feel bad. There's not a... Oh, there is. I was right. I touched it and it vanished. Yeah, so the last one's by the lighthouse then. Should be right here. That should be all the ones I need. Oh, that one was coins. I thought it was a little bit less. I have 8 flowers now, actually. Oh, I guess I can only do it when I have 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so there's one that I'm missing. Then I can give them all to her. It's funny how I did that my first try without really knowing where they were. I just walked by and picked up any flower that I saw. If I go in there, they'll ask me... This is about my fortune. Little shrine. I should go to the doctor's grave. I went to her grave. Do you really think the doctor is dead? Yeah, she's dead. I guess so. Can't decide what colors to make it. Do you want to paint it? Sure, I'll paint it. This time I'll make it a black sheep. And I got a few coins for it. 2. Did the doctor leave her in case my energy was low? No need. I don't think I need help. In that case, you don't need me, do you? Well then. She exploded. More scrap. I'll still pet you. You'll like it eventually. Don't screw with me. Did you touch the sheep? I touched them. Yes, I did. Did you really touch the sheep? I really did touch them. I see. Thank you very much. I'm sure you provided them energy. Thank you again. Well then, here are your coins. And also, if you're interested in caring for the sheep, talk to me. I'm afraid I can't give any more coins, however. Could I ask you for caring for the sheep? Sure. Leave it to me. I'll trust it to you then. Let's begin caring for the sheep. Be at ease. It'll just be one thing at a time. First, I'll ask you to feed them. Hiroshi. Hey Fizzer. This has been, like, pretty nice. A little bit self-reflective, but I guess that's kind of like the... Please go and pet them. Be careful not to pet them too much. It's kind of like... It's been nice, but it's also been very self-reflective, but that's kind of the point of a personality test game, I guess. Huh. Yep, it's a game called RefindSelf, the personality test game. Now please count the sheep. Simply count them as they pass by. One, 2, 3. That one jumped high. 4. Oh, wait. 5. That's how you count them. I'll take that into consideration. Now to finish, I'll have the sheep observe you. Simply let them watch you. Don't you be quiet. Let them watch. That one got really close. Well done. I feel you cared for them well, in a way befitting you. Well done. May the sheep watch over you. Yeah, it's a game where you go around and you do a bunch of various small things, and depending on what you do, and essentially in the order that you do them, it takes that into account and tries to essentially figure your personality from it. I'll buy something. I never had red bean soup, but I'll try it. It's tasty, but it makes my throat dry. Would you show me kindness of 5 coins? Sure. I like it a lot. It's very quaint. This is a coral dark roast at 83 degrees Celsius, and this... amazing. You can tell perfectly just from the smell. You're the one who taught me first, Doctor. Guess that's true. But to come so far... makes me nostalgic for when you couldn't tell milk from coffee. Oh yeah, I remember that. I do want to help serve coffee though, especially if that's going to be my last action. I think it's about red bean soup, but that was also someone tasting a Kit Kat flavor. I've heard various things about it. I'd be curious enough just to try it. I want to help. I don't want to say adventurous, but I'm definitely more open to trying different things now. They had wilder stuff to try. Exactly, like red bean soup isn't that bad. Warm cup of coffee with sugar. It's important to experiment while you have the chance. Anything warm's fine with me. You liked it hot, and you liked chili. I'll pay extra for it. That customer was pleased. Leaving it up to you. Try new things, compare that to being a kid when your taste buds just wanted sweets. Yeah, I think one part about growing up is... Hang on, would you like cold and cinnamon? Your flavor missed its average? That's better. Seems you did okay. Yeah, one part of growing up is being more, I feel awful. One part of growing up definitely is, no, learning to expand your palate. Medicine and milk. Not even necessarily just growing up, but definitely maturity is being able to expand your palate and be open to trying new things. I'll add it up. I wonder if a customer will come. I don't have coins, but I wanted milk coffee. Sure. You're kind, aren't you? Here's a tip. Good work. The customer is pleased. This is the one. Hot coffee and cinnamon. They liked it. And then the ultimate cup of coffee. Hot with medicine and milk. And I made a profit of 15. That was a breeze thanks to you. Sure would be nice if you always helped. If only. It's a breeze thanks to you. And here's your reward. I made a decent amount. Yep. Kitty. Want to talk to it. Cattishly. Meow, meow, meow. Meow. And then that's the last thing. I think I did a lot less solo that time. But I guess I'll figure it out when I get there. I'll do what I can for the doctor and myself. And then this still ends in one more fight. Even though I care for the sheep. Going to destroy them. That's a difficult thing for me to allow. Attempt persuasion. Please listen to me. I just want to fulfill my purpose to the doctor. In that case, you're doing just the opposite. Give up destroying the sheep at once. Wrong. You're wrong. The thing I must do is stop the doctor from being born 100 years from now. I can't let myself lose here. I don't want to fight. Possibly lose. Even if my limbs are ripped off, until I kill those sheep, I cannot fall here. Even if only a gear remains, I will not fall. Am I completely invincible? I didn't expect that. Just this once, listen to me. No need. You have already committed a grave error. I was born to protect the sheep. That is all I live for. Those sheep are key to regenerating the doctor. You must know that. But even if the doctor's reborn, she'll have no memories. There's no value in such a future. I don't want that. Regardless, the doctor chose that future. I reject the doctor's choice. That's no future. The doctor gave up on herself. She judged it did not have to be her. But she chose to not hand you over and let you live. With which I comply. But wait, if you continue to resist me, you'll end up destroying me. And that would go against the doctor's orders. That is... But then what should I... Logic breakdown. I should... I have to fight her. ending clergy. The doctor perhaps wouldn't say something as banal as I'm lonely. I understand this act can bring no benefit. But if it can let me feel just slightly the doctor's warmth. Whoops. May this empty feeling be filled in, if only a little. And that's a clear. It's able to collect some new data. Though this experiment still ended in failure, I want to keep her living. The machines lack that mindset. Let's try exploring your personality from the log, shall we? The log shows what % of subjects did the same act. You should look through it if you're interested. So this was the third and final run. So I wonder which ones were... Touch the photo 2 times, went to the forest early on, went to the town early on. Pet the sheep, paint the sheep only one color. Feed a sheep, gave for, yeah, that's for the different ones. Pet them, pet the head first. Watch a sheep 1 time. Ask Inari what are those around here. Well, that stat, yeah, that 100% people started the game stat, like, yeah, that is logical. It does say, hey, this is the starting baseline. It's a good indicator of a baseline. Clergy, leader, pacifist. Why? Why do you... Why does it come to the same conclusion as many times as it repeats? No matter what personality you're made to reflect, whatever personality is simulated, it's the same outcome. No matter what you destroy the sheep embedded with my DNA. And after it's all over, you fail to find your key and die. Why is it? Why? Whatever happens, we'll be happy together. Didn't we promise that? Without the sheep, I can't be regenerated, you see. Why won't you regenerate me 100 years later as planned? Why destroy the sheep? Shouldn't you be asking me that directly? You're awake. I did it to fulfill our promise. Whatever my personality, I am myself. Even if I think differently or arrive there differently, my feelings won't change. One more time. One more. Why? One more. One more. I came to overcome my failure. Why? Why? There's no more time. Doctor, please give up. I can't stop the plan now. All humanity will perish, myself included. The nanomachines will erode human bodies. It'll only be safe 100 years later when the nanomachines break down. No vaccine's been made. I'll die myself very soon. Why would you? If it meant giving you up to somebody, to someone, if it meant you being taken from me, I'd rather everyone die alongside me. I hated humans from the start, myself included. So, in 100 years, if I can meet you as a new me, I'm fine with that. That's what I thought coming to this point. And yet at the very end, you. So I tried to change your personality, but it was futile. Doctor. It seems my design was even more perfect than I thought. Please. Just like a human, you won't listen to me at all. Doctor. Look at me. Look at the real me. As my own person. You're the one who treats me most like a human. Not as a temporary me. Not as a thing you made. I have a heart too. I'm not just a vessel. Clinging to hope, I've even learned to make a prayer for the future. And I even know loneliness, don't I? Being left behind for 100 years. Then living with a newly born doctor, rather than the real one. A doctor who doesn't know me. That would surely only feel lonely. When you refused to rebuild a new me. When you insisted upon my old body, I learned about humanity from you. But your personality should... To me, personality is just a result of the preceding course. That precious course we've traveled up to now. You're just trying to look at the result of it. And even if that result alone should change, there's no undermining the course I built with you, Doctor. Such a long, 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 long course we traveled together. Surely you must know that, Doctor. Obviously. Of course I know that. I too know what feelings led me to this. And for that exact reason, can I just give up here? If I give up, will I be happy? I mean, there's a way. If there's no point in changing the result, I'll erase the course. You mean... Utsua, we can just erase your memories of me. That's all it'll take. Just as simple as that, everything will work out. When the plan succeeds, it'll be a first meeting for us both. That can't... Then what was all this for? There's no more time. Doctor, please. Doctor. Will you erase these memories? I can't. Erasing my memories. I can't do such a thing. Sure enough, I can't do it. Doctor. Erasing the memories of me. Making those happy days with you never have happened. There's no way I could do it. It's pathetic, but even if it's only for a little longer, I want to talk to you. I want to play with you. I want to hold hands with you. I feel the same way. We only have a little time left, so until the end, I'll be with you until the end. Right. We're together. Memories are something you hold on to, not something you let go. And then that's the full game. It's such a... Those two. Memories shape you into the person you become. Without them, who knows how you turn out. Without them, you aren't you. I forgot how much I also like this ED. It's really nice. I think it was between this and Nausea that really really put playism kind of on my radar. Of like, if they're publishing it, there's a chance that it's pretty interesting. But now for the thing that I was actually doing all this for, essentially. Because not only do you get the true ending after 3 runs, well done. You saw through to the end. I suppose you're able to truly understand who you are. I too have finally succeeded in fulfilling my duty. If you want to play the game, come here whenever you like. I'll be waiting. I can see my full thing. Interesting. Okay. Clergy is still my most representative personality, followed by leader. But solo player has supplanted pacifist. But collector is still my most distant personality. That's fascinating. Because now solo player has taken over additional personality, because this used to be Sage, and then Hidden used to be pacifist. First, it may be the same as your most represented personality or an additional personality. In this case, that personality defines you more strongly. It's possible it may serve as your identity and as proof of its strength. So that's over 3 different saves. That's over 3 different playthroughs of you going through this. Because these are my stats. That's very interesting. Because I played this game before. I had played it a year and 9 months ago. January 5th, 2024. And I hadn't gone through it again since then. And I had started the stream highlighting the previous ones. Highlighting the previous, my previous score. Essentially of who I was before 2 or 3 some very life-defining events in my life. But even through those events, clergy is still my most representative personality. And then leader is there in my additional personality. And then collector is still my most distant personality. The only things that have changed is that solo player now takes up an additional personality and now takes up a hidden personality instead of what was initially sage and pacifist. Let me look through, let me get the bigger ones here. Sage aside, despite everything, you're still you. No. What this really shows is that, like, there's part of me that is still very predominantly the same. But there are very small differences that, there's been a very small but significant difference. This has shown that that something inside me has really changed significantly. Because Sage before was one who always prepares for possible crises, better to reliably avoid losses than chance gain. Sage prepares for risks, dangers, and any eventuality. If you see a risky-looking switch, you tend to hesitate to press it. Knowing your own abilities, you never overdo it, and try to up your odds of survival if only by 1%. And when asked to bet on a coin flip, you might consider not making the bet at all. Perhaps that attitude will make your future more of a guarantee. And where was it before? Pacifist. Pacifist is like fighting and don't take up arms. At times, there may be unavoidable cause for conflict or competition. But you dislike this. You seek to avoid anyone being sad or for all to be equal and at peace. You have a wonderful talent for dialogue and finding a way to help everyone to your last. Perhaps your unshakable choice of peace makes you and those around you happy. But Pacifist still showed up. In that second run, Pacifist still showed up as like a very prominent personality. Solo player. Solo players take the approach of not depending on anyone or anything. Even if you're offered charity, you might refuse it and climb up of your own power. This is a sign of a powerful spirit that's by no means easy to come upon. You also possess the ability to question existing rules. Your independence and self-support are not lonely things, but rather lead you to a place of pride. I think, because I have the other chart up before, in comparison to everything, judgment is still the same, morals is still the same, passion is still the same, but my methods are a lot higher. My methods is significantly higher than before, and my daring is more higher than it was before. And I think the worst part is that I've definitely felt this change too. I have very certainly felt this change. But that is not something that I can or will get into on stream. Like, it specifically being the additional personality trait and then the hidden personality. Like, I expected hidden personality to still be pacifist, but the more that I think about it, the more that makes sense. That's very interesting. Well, I will consider that later. That's a thought. That's something to ponder over. Just like my musical taste. Let me get this going. A lot to think about. Unfortunately, not. No, I see where those changes happen. I very directly see where those changes happen. No, because I've had certain talks with different people who to say that they also notice the change is very light. But no, I have definitely changed. And it's very interesting to see that reflected even in the choices that I did in this. Oh, I need to remember to grab a screenshot of that. But no, that's really neat. I really like this game. It's not... I remember seeing it going around for a bit, especially as a type of streamer game. But I think it's really nice to have something like this that feels very apt. Because I used to do a lot of the... I don't want to say I used to do a lot of them, but I used to do... I used to do a couple of, like, those personality test things. For down the line for sure. It's really... No, it's really good. I used to do one of those... What was it? The... Very... I know it sounds like redundant to say something like very soft science. But the... IN... What was it? INT... something. INTFJ, whatever those personality types of tests. Because those can be very highly inaccurate, just depending on how you're feeling upon, like, certain days. Yeah, because those ones tend to go around pretty often. Because they're very short and pretty quick to do. So a lot of people tend to just kind of do them. It's where the whole, what was it? The INTJ stare comes from, stuff like that. But those could be very inaccurate because they can change depending on like how you answer just a few questions, depending on how you're feeling on like certain days. But something like that actually puts a lot more attention into the specific actions that you do repeatedly in a consistent environment are a lot better as a qualitative type of understanding. It's a qualitative type of way of looking for patterns, which is why that game really captures my attention so well. Because it also reminds me of like the gamer profile quiz, the one by Quantic Foundry. Because I've also taken that a couple of times, and that's been remarkably consistent. And it's not like I feel like my personality is, hang on, I can switch this over. It's not necessarily that I feel like my personality is hard to find at this point. Because it's definitely changed. It's definitely changed, but I think I feel comfortable and definitely, I don't want to say asserting, but I feel more comfortable in being more certain that my personality is a lot more established in what it is. I have a better understanding I have a better understanding of kind of who I am and my morals, and oh, that's actually very kind of them. I have a very strong understanding of kind of who I am at this point, and it feels interesting that that remains that way. Let's turn on some goofy later and then kind of, that's so kind of you. Yeah, because I think that's perfect. Because to loop it back to kind of what I initially started the stream with when it came to especially the, I guess a way of calling it is the diversity in the music taste that I have. Because even that's been very consistent, but across the years there have been slight adjustments to it. Like, I've listened to, the one thing I could probably think of is that I used to listen to a lot more electronic music. I used to listen to a lot more electronic music years ago. Not anything definitively, just stuff that I would find online. And I think that's what branched me off into listening to Vocaloid. And I think that also paved the way for me listening to artists like Symphony, Symphony and Fentanyl, because they have the same kind of very, I want to say, aggressive electronic type of sound to it. And then that even extends to the rap that I used to listen to. I used to listen to a lot of rap, but that was definitely a lot more focused, I'd say, in R&B, in very mid-aughts East Coast. Mid-aughts East Coast, then that drifted a little bit more towards West Coast. West Coast and J-Rap. Part of that probably influenced also by the various anime and various games that I used to play. And now I don't really listen to a lot of J-Rap at this point. At this point, I listen to a lot more, again, kind of West Coast inspired rappers. Or at least West Coast, very West Coast feeling type of rappers in general. But then I also drifted over to listening to that softer sound, that softer sound that I started listening to a lot more. I'm getting that from Jam, from various online artists that I'm listening to. I feel like I'm like desperately searching. I'm desperately searching to find the very specific artist that I'm thinking of. What was her? Aika. I've been listening to Aika a little bit more. Like, it's interesting seeing where all those trends kind of are and how they've branched later on and kind of like further down the line. A lot of my music just vibes with story or fight scenes for stories in my head. Just so happens to a lot of anime music and battle rock. That too. That's why I like garage rock. That's why I'm very excited for Unbeatable. Unbeatable has a bunch of music that I'm very, very, very excited to listen to when that finally comes out. And that's part of the reason why I've been very kind of adamant and waiting for that game a lot. Partly almost entirely because of the OST, because it just sounds so... No, it's like very perfect for the music that I like. That also extends into Millie. Admittedly, I started listening to Millie because I made my way through because now I listen to, because I started listening to Millie because of Library of Ruina, and then that drifted over because of them also doing music for Lobotomy Corporation. They also did one of the best OPs for Goblin Slayer, but then just no, I like a lot of their other songs as well. Music, I think music, food, and especially gaming personality, or I want to say gaming tendency, are really good types of indicators. Well, because like naturally, because you're going to be drawn to certain things based off of how you feel about it. Like depending on your taste for music, depending on your taste for food, depending on your tastes for games, it's gonna dictate or kind of put you into a certain direction for the types of things, for like those things that you'll end up enjoying. And that just depends on your type of personality. There's a reason why I really like a lot of Nier's music. It's a lot of Nier Gestalt and Replicant, because a lot of that OST is very slow. It's very slow, melodic, kind of quiet, In any other game, they would typically be the depressing track, but Nier is filled with songs that are effectively just the depression track. That's why Automata has a song called the song of depression, or Sound of Depression. And that typically has a bunch of my favorite tracks and literally anything made by anything, made for anything. But then I also listen to a bunch of songs that are very poppy, very I want to say girl poppy. When I played, yeah, depression music sounds like Automata's OST. Automata admittedly is a lot more diverse. But it's still, most of it is a very like slow, melodic, softer type of music. There are moments and there are scenes that have much more bombastic sound. Grandma Destruction is an insane track. But it has so much more variety because I'm thinking of, in comparison to Gestalt, because Bluebird for some reason just like keeps coming to mind as a very I don't want to say like you don't usually hear it or it's not something that you would typically hear in a video game, but it's a very different track. Like that's one thing about why Nier Gestalt is still one of my favorite OSTs of anything, because all of its music is so very distinct in the way that it makes you want to feel, which is intentional, and it does that incredibly well. Which is why I have such strong opinions about it, and I have such strong opinions about the Replicant remixes. Because it's such a unique sound. It's such a unique sound that no other game really kind of captures for me. Even Automata. For all the things that I do like about Automata, there's certain bits about the music. Some bits of the music which are less depressing, which sounds crazy to say as like a knock against it, where it's just like, oh, there's too many not slightly depressing tracks in this. But then I say that, but then there's also tracks like A Beautiful Song, which is genuinely incredible. There's Pascal, which is one of my favorite songs, flat out. But it's very... Automata's OST is very... Again, very diverse. And I think it leans into that uniqueness of what makes the Nier OSTs so remarkable to me. Because they aren't songs that I would hear in any other game. The only other games that have music like it are OSTs that were also typically done by Keiichi Okabe. Which is a very good sign. As a very distinct type of music sound. As a very distinct musical kind of essence, I'll say. I just realized my water had been kind of empty for a sec. Because Metal Gear is also like that too. More so, I'm thinking specifically around Peace Walker. Because Peace Walker has a very distinct soundtrack that I'm really fond of. I still need more. I feel like I'm still gonna need to actually refresh my water. or refill my water. I probably should have taken that break. I also am wondering, because what? I've only been going for... I never played much past MGS1, so I'm only familiar with the one track. The best is yet to come. I believe that's what you're talking about. I used to listen to a lot of the different MGS songs. I've only been going for 4 hours. I'm wondering... The song is that plays when Snake dies. The Game Over track? Because I was thinking a song that plays at the end. Oh. The rest of the OST is also really good, I promise. Sniper Wolf also has a really good theme. Very little of MGS1. That was over at a relative's place. I was trying to think of if you could play that online, or if you can play that on Steam. No, I'm trying to think of the different ways where you could play MGS1, and I think it's only... No, because that collection only had... Because the Master Collection only has... No, there is a Master Collection version that's up on Steam for the first one, $20. But the Master Collection also has... Wait, it includes 2 games? Does it include... because it also includes Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2. That's why. Interesting. Because I played those in a very different... Not in a different order. I played those in a very scattershot kind of way, where I played MGS1 via the PS Classics on PS3. And then I played MGS2 and MGS3 with the HD collections, but I played those on 360. Then I played 4 on PS3. While I also had that HD collection, I also played Peace Walker. That's what I really like Peace Walker. MGS4, I think I've only beaten twice, and one of them was a run for what was the best one? Solid Snake? No, it was whatever the other one was. The highest rank. And then I put a lot of time into Phantom Pain, and I only played Ground Zeroes like briefly. I played it, but I finished it. I'm just a zero, I need a lot of patience for it, and I'm usually brute force it. Yeah. Yeah, that's... you do need to be patient. That's... No, that tagline, tactical espionage action. It's one of the main defining, stealth action games. You kind of have to take your time with that. There are boss fights and stuff, but it's very... There's a lot where they kind of, like, do expect you to take your time and, not brute force, especially the later ones. There's there's outright a lot of sections in 3. No, not 3. There's outright a couple sections in 4 where you cannot get caught. You can, like, theoretically you can get caught a couple times in, like, 2 and 3, but you are not meant to be able to, you're not fighting your way through that. You're not supposed to fight your way through things. That's why the ranking system ranks you on how well you're able to sneak your way through, which is something that they ended up easing up on for Peace Walker and Phantom Pain. They gave you a lot more options of being very aggressive. But especially in 4, enemies would respond to info that they got from previous areas, meaning that there were patrol paths and there are certain enemies that would be in places that otherwise wouldn't be there if the enemies in the previous areas heard about what was happening there. I think that especially started in 3, where the enemies were definitely a lot more dynamic based on the info that traveled between areas, which is why blowing up the different communication arrays was a genuinely important thing to kind of do depending on your playstyle. Because if you didn't, they could communicate information between different posts. There are certain places where blowing up certain choppers would stop them from showing up later on. They're also very mechanically in-depth. One has a lot of very interesting interactions between different gear and how those things interact with the environment and characters. That carries over especially into 4, and also a lot of it in 5. But 3 was the first one that really went very, very crazy about it. Like, CQC has so many different... The CQC in 3 had so many smaller, unique inputs and different, just different ways of doing things. There was a lot of stuff that you could do with CQC in 3 that the game never tells you. You either have to experiment with it, or you have to learn how to do it very deliberately. I don't think it tells you about I don't think it tells you about interrogations, like, at all. I don't think it tells you or gives you a lot of information about interrogations. They hint at it and they tell you, hey, there's some unique stuff that you can get if you interrogate people. That's how you get access to a lot of the different special radio stations that tell you the codec signals that give you information. Would you say it's a good freedom of creativity like in Breath of the Wild? Or different than that? I have very strong opinions about Breath of the Wild. They're very... It's very... I think Metal Gear was one of the first series that felt very open. And I think that's something that really helped me like it. It's very open design, as in, hey, here is a situation. You are free to tackle this however you want. You are free to tackle this however you want, and to figure out how to solve your problems. I think one of the best examples is when it comes to dealing with the end. And I feel comfortable bringing this up. I feel comfortable bringing this up because it's one of the things that's, like, most well known about the game. You can outright skip the end boss fight if you... Because there's a cutscene that happens... I'm trying to remember. I'd say around 20-25% way through the game. And after the cutscene, one of the bosses that you are planned to fight is there in a wheelchair. Don't feel bad about it. But if you have a sniper, which is a big if because you have to go out of your way to acquire it before this point, if you have a sniper and you're fast enough, you can line up a shot and kill him. And if you kill him, he dies, which means you straight up do not have to do that boss fight later. That's why being able to throw empty magazines as noise that causes guards to go investigate things. That's why using your tracks, like using the tracks in the snow in MGS1 is like an important thing. That's why you being able to knock on walls is an important thing. You're very free in how you approach and deal with various situations. The only things that the games typically ask of you is that you solve these situations or that you get from point A to point B. How you do them is very up and open to you, and there is some of the later games, I think notably around 3, it's 3, 4, and 5 where they really started the, no, 3, 4, Peace Walker, and 5 is when they started giving you ranks. And those ranks would be determined on if, like, they would give you different ranks if you were more aggressive, if you went and, like, either tranked enemies and put them to sleep, if you shot them and outright killed them, if you ghosted past them, if you, like, intimidated the enemies. Because in 3 and 4, the enemies had, I believe it was 3, because I know you have it in 3. I know you have it in 3, because there is like a stress meter that Snake has, and I know that it's on the screen invisible in 4. 3 has a lot of systems and mechanics that are going on under the hood constantly, that they just outright never tell you. But that also makes it really interesting. Like, there's so much stuff that goes on in there. There's so many unique interactions. Like, it's a very open game where there's so many different ways of doing different things that you can play the game so many different ways each time that you play it, depending on the different things that you essentially want to do. Like, that's why it's just so much fun. 2... The only issue with 2, I don't know why I'm like immediately dogging on 2, because 2 is very free. It's just probably the most, I don't know how to put it. 2 is very interesting. Because I think my only complaint with 2 is the level design itself, because the big shell is just not really a fun environment to be in. And it's very restrictive if you want to go from one of the big installations to the other. But other than that, like, no, it also kind of opened up a lot of those various options for you. But again, to that whole gamer personality thing, that's why creativity and player expression are very important things to me. That's why I really like games that allow you to express yourself in various different ways. Which is probably why I really took to Metal Gear a lot. Like, let me try to just look through a bunch of the games that I have that are in my favorites. At least on Steam. I guess there's Bayonetta. Even Catherine has a lot of player expression in terms of how you address the various blocks. A lot about that today, how a lot of games that allow for creativity, and I tend to play safe with that. There's nothing wrong with that. That is simply your specific playstyle. Because that bleeds in. Sometimes, like, you can have a lot of options, but it doesn't, I don't want to say it doesn't matter if players don't engage with that, but that's your choice. That's why there's so many different guns that do so many different things in MGS4. Because you can use those. You can use points and, like, use them. Even though the game does kind of push you along and say, hey, stealth action, and it gives you so many stealth choices, it's not necessarily impossible to use guns or to go in guns blazing. It just comes with different caveats, and usually it puts a toll on the sneak psyche for the stress and such. But that comes down to, like, oh, I want to play this way, but that means I also have to deal with these downsides. And that's part of player expression. Like, I'm looking at DBFC, where I like certain, because what was it? One of the main teams I ran was I ran Bardock, Broly, and Black. I ran Bardock, Broly, and Black. And I had Black as my anchor character because he was the one that I was best with. And that meant that I didn't really want to use him a lot for certain assists. And I mostly used his beam assist, which helped me a lot in neutral, especially with Bardock on point. But the caveat is that I didn't really have a lot of lockdown, and it meant that my main combo assist for a very long time was timing Broly's very weird Emerald Cannon to kind of go for extensions and such. But that's the trade-off for the team that I wanted. Because if I had the enemy in a corner, granted, DBFC, if anybody's in a corner, they're already in the blender. But, like, the options that I had, which played very well for my playstyle, came with certain trade-offs. Same thing with something like New Vegas. You either go for energy weapons or you go for guns, which meant that, okay, if I'm doing guns, then I kind of want to do this, but if I'm also doing a high charisma build, then I kind of want to do this, and means that I can't really invest that much into these other things, because that's counterintuitive. One thing that I've really been liking about the FF7 remakes, the materia system is so much fun. The weapons have been very, the weapons are very diverse in just, like, their utility. You can either put certain, like, more magically inclined weapons on certain characters, which either gave them more materia slots, which increase their magic output, or decrease their physical output. You could either have Barret as a very offensive focused ranged attacker. You can have him as your caster. You can have him as your tank. You can have Aerith as, like, a general really good party-wide healer, or have her be this incredible caster that is where most of your magic damage comes from. You can turn Tifa into a magic caster, or have her focus on using her chakras so that she can do a lot of physical damage on her output, focused around the stagger gauge. There's so many different ways of expressing how you want to play. And that's also why I really like Hololive. That's a reason why I really like Monster Hunter. Sounds similar to how to overpower characters in FF10 with its spear system, but it's like that. Not necessarily making them specifically overpowered, but you're making them lean into a very specific niche. You're making them lean into a niche that fits for the type of system that you want. Because that also depends sometimes on the scenarios that you're in. One build that I had when I was playing Rebirth, because I really liked having... There was one, because I would have different builds depending on who I had with different groups, where I had it as I had one build that was essentially a bodyguard. I think it was the build that, yeah, I think I called it the bodyguard, where Cloud had slightly more HP, but still heavily focused on offense. Still heavily focused on offense, not really a magic casting. And then Aerith would typically be the one further in the back for more magic output. And then Tifa would be in the middle, typically jumping between either healing with I'm trying to remember what the heal was that didn't take MP. But like she could shift between these 2 points of being more of the healer to help Cloud, while also still being able to boost herself up with chakras so that she can deal damage and deal stuff with the ATB bar. Not the ATB, the stagger bar. And then that would also feed into giving Aerith a bunch more time. Barrett could either be like a heavy tank, or like more ranged focused. And then having Aerith, Barrett, and Yuffie on a team were incredibly different, because that meant that those three typically wanted to stay in the back. But Barrett could be more physical focused, but more of the tank, and then that aligned really well with the builds that I had for Yuffie, which were a lot more magic focused for like a really good amount of time. Because she could keep getting like double casts, and then her mobility made it so that she didn't really have to worry about getting attacked. Like, I really, really love these games that give me so much freedom in exploring how I want to play and how I want to express myself. That's why I really like Grand Blue Relink and I like Monster Hunter, because they give me so many choices of doing what I want to do. And just forging these playstyles that are like really unique. That's why I really like Metaphor. Metaphor's archetype systems it has been incredibly fun to experiment with. Even the way that I keep playing Resident Evil 4 in like different ways every time that I go through it. I am jumping between, hey, do I want to do a TMP run? If I do a TMP run, does that mean I take the sniper rifle? If I do does that mean that I drop something else? Or do I focus more on using a handgun? Do I go handgun only so that way I can buy all these other things? That creativity is what makes it so much fun for me. I like being able to express myself in the specific ways. That's why I really like character action games. Because I just get to do what I think is cool in style in ways that feel expressive to me. Like, it's a very... No, I really like being able to express myself in these various games in different ways. That's why I'm very... I want to say anti-meta, where I like expressing myself more and having more fun. That's why I really can't get into competitive games. It has ads starting in like a minute, but I can at least finish this thought. That's why I really like that's why I don't like competitive games, especially team-based ones, because they tend to focus very harsh on meta, and unless I'm playing with somebody else who wants to go very off-meta, then it's not... Then to the rest of my team, I'm essentially just trolling. I could also see it as a challenge, or it can be. You can do challenge runs where it's just like, hey, I'm not gonna do the main... I'm not gonna do the powerful thing. What was it? For Elden Ring, it was Rivers of Blood. Doing like a dex build in Elden Ring where you're not using Rivers of Blood. Not necessarily anti-meta, but it's you doing something that you want to do. That's what's made me really like Night Rain, is that it can be very freeing and very expressive if you just dig into the systems a little. And I will hold that thought because ads are starting soon. Which actually gives me a chance to go and refill my water. So I'll be right back. Came back at the perfect time. Oops, that is not what I wanted to look at. That works. I like Joji Washington anyway. But yeah, that was a whole diatribe as to why I really like being able to be creative and express myself in video games. Welcome back. Thank you. Hell, that's partly why I'm playing, that's why I'm playing DMC for tomorrow. Because that'll be day 30. That'll be day 30 for the Streamathon, because like, oh my god. It'll be day 30, and I got ever so closer. Which DMC? 4. Specifically for Special Edition. Because I'm trying to remember the last time I played it on stream, and I don't think I can't remember the last time I actually played this on stream. Because I really like Nero. I really like Nero, and I want to play that slightly more frequently, because I do want to get better at Dante in 4. I feel like I'm really good with Dante in 5. I feel like I'm really good with Dante in 5, but I feel like I'm really good with Dante in 5, but I kind of want to develop that further back. Plus also Trish and Lady are really fun to play in that too. But I'll probably just go through the story for like a little bit in that. Because I don't think I've put that much time into it. Discussed in an earlier stream that DMC3 is going to be the redeeming point for me in the series too. Yeah, 2 is a very low point. 2 is the low point. 3 is typically where a lot of people start. Same with Persona. But that is that is my own it's not necessarily my own opinion. I know a lot of people tend to a lot of people really like DMC3. A lot of people like DMC3. A lot of people consider 4 typically a low point, but that's due to design issues. Which is really funny, because I heard the new Ninja Gaiden kind of repeats those design issues somehow. But that's not my focus at this point. I think I might just keep chatting for like an hour, so that way I can get rest. These past 2 streams being slightly shorter has really helped me kind of regain the pep in my step. Because I don't think I've taken a break in... No, I haven't taken a break in nearly 30 days. In nearly 31 days. Because like, wow, I need sleep. Because caffeine is nice, but oh my god, it cannot get me through everything. How long is the Streamathon again? I initially the plan that I wanted to go for was seeing, oh, I could probably do like 2 weeks of this, and then I hit 2 weeks and I'm like, I'm already like halfway there. What if I can get it up to 31? And so very suddenly the plan was to make it go for 31 days. And And there were some days where I came on stream very late. Where usually a couple hours later than I usually do. There were some that I felt like a zombie through. Caffeine is a very useful, very, very useful friend when you want to do a bunch of stuff. On top of the fact that I was also doing a couple of other projects while in the middle of that. And not again, I'm not doing that again. But now I'm at the point where where the finish line is right ahead of me, and I will crawl across it if need be. But thankfully, a bunch of it being in October really helped since since the game variety was going to be a concern, at least to me. Congrats to you when you do cross the line. Thank you. I don't know why I did that. Cause here, if yeah, the very reputable 300 follower VTuber giving sage advice, but still, likely, if you ever do try to do something like this, maybe don't unexpectedly have a 12-hour stream. Like right in the middle of that. Cause that really messed up my energy. And considering the fact that I've been very stubborn about making sure that I typically go for about 5 to 6 hours. I was gonna say 5 to 6 streams. As long as I go for 5 to 6 hours, typically, that's kind of what the consistent pace I want to be at. Having one stream that's suddenly 12 hours, barely goes 6 in one day. It was a lot, but I wanted it to be special for Halloween. 3 to 4 hours. 3 to 4 feels like my max. Yeah, that's fairly typical. No. I think actually a lot of people. I think it tends to be around. I want to say 3. I think 3. Yeah, 3 to 4 tends to be some people's kind of like average. But I've consistently been going now for over a year at this point for about 4 or so hours, which is really funny to consider because I always felt like 4 was way too short. And I think that's more of just how I am, where partly how I am, partly thanks to certain, I want to say statistics. I feel like I start hitting my stride around like the 3rd hour. As odd as it sounds, it feels like the first 2 hours of a stream are always me just waking up, and then I start coming online about 3 to 4 in. Which is funny considering that the just chatting streams I tend to dry out my mouth a lot more. Because shocker, whenever I'm just talking, I tend to talk a lot faster. And if I'm talking a lot faster, that means that my mouth gets a lot drier, and that also means that I tend to just need more water. But that's my... I'll say that that's my trade-off. That's my trade-off of me being able to, I want to say, talk off the cuff of being able to go off the cuff and being able to get into a good flow state. Especially if I'm playing a game that I'm very knowledgeable of, I'm very happy to talk about stuff like that. I'm very happy to talk about the game and the various parts of it that I like. I can up this a little. I've tried the Yappa streams a few times. It depends on timing and having stuff on my head to talk about and having people that want to chat. That happens. That happens. I know a couple people who also kind of need that, again, either like a note sheet or kind of people to bounce off of. I don't know if it's a... I think it's a debatably good thing that I jump between... Not necessarily jump between, bounce off of for sure. I think one thing that I'm very good at is not necessarily a one-sided conversation as much as just being able to kind of find a point and spiral from there. Island Wake. But like I'm able to elaborate on a point once I kind of get into the flow of it. It's the... I think part of that came from the... from me being into soft sciences and sociology. Because a lot of it tends to be... I don't want to say self-referential, but it's very... what's a good word? Qualitative. It doesn't need necessarily hard data. I promise this is gonna make sense. It'll all wrap around. You gotta just hold on. But it's very... It's qualitative. It's very vibe-based. Vibe-based and understanding how to connect those plots together, which kind of sounds essentially like conspiracy theory or like just stringing together a random assortment of words and such. But it's how a very casual type of conversation flows. You branch from one thing to another and it's like, oh, this is connected to that, and like it makes me think of this in that way. Elaboration, that was the word I was thinking of. It's very easy for me to elaborate upon things, though there are times where I have to make sure that I'm not kind of putting the cart before the horse, where I'm kind of really, I don't want to say far ahead, but I'm thinking, I want to say like too far ahead, where the flow of the conversation tends to outpace what people are actually listening to. Or making sure that it goes beyond where they have like a firm kind of foundation at. Because, how do I put it? What's a good example? I think a good example would be if I'm talking about like a specific game. Because typically, I think, especially now when it comes to a lot of certain people, there tends to be 1 to 2 games or like a piece of media that they really like that's very easy for them to dig their teeth into. The special interest, essentially. I thought I tipped something over. It's really funny how much I'm constantly moving my hands despite the fact that you're not seeing it, but that's beside the point. I really do gotta figure out how to delete that Valley Girl gene from me. But a lot of people have a special interest now, which typically means that they have something that they can talk about at length and in depth when it comes to one specific thing. And well, that is a useful trait, especially when it comes to talking to people or just yapping about certain things that you like. Being able to kind of carry that enthusiasm when talking about different topics, and bringing that to something like music, or something that's just like very flowing in the conversation, something that allows the conversation to branch off from just that one thing, keeps it from being boring. Because I can talk a lot about Limbus Company in Project Moon games. I can talk a lot about Persona. I can talk a lot about Final Fantasy VII, or FF14. Like, there's different things that I wouldn't necessarily consider a special interest, but I can talk about in length because artistic interpretation is something that I'm a huge fan of. If I can ever get into, I don't want to say a discussion, but if I can get into like a really good groove of talking about a piece of media that I really like with somebody else who also really likes that piece of media, and we share different interpretations and talking about it, that's one thing that I really liked about mouthwashing, is that I had such a very, my interpretation, I had arrived to my own interpretation, and then a friend who I was talking to, whose opinion I really much value, we had a complete disagreement about one of the characters, but then she explained to me her position, and then the more that we talked about it, the more, okay, I can piece it together, I can figure out where she's coming from, and it made me do a complete 180 on that, and that changed how I thought about this, and then how I thought about things. That very give and take of a conversation, because I didn't essentially act like I knew everything, because I didn't. I like being able to know what I know, but know that I don't know everything, because that just makes for a fun conversation. But it's still fun to theorize and to talk about things that that I don't necessarily fully comprehend, because I like trying to figure those things out. I ended up talking about High School DxD a lot during lunch stream, but I think the group was also discussing male protagonists and animes these days. An odd lot during lunch stream. I mean, depending on like the people who you're talking to, and if they're receptive of that, then there's nothing wrong with that. But then that male protagonist thing is more like a trending thing, where it's just like, hey, protagonists have changed a little bit, like, and that's something to think about, of like, okay, we, like, there used to be a lot more very, I want to say bishy, like gung-ho types of heroes, ones who would be very, like, there's been like a trend from characters who are more like Guts, to characters who are more like Tanjiro, who are a lot more softer, more emotional, and like, okay, what does that mean in various things? Which reminds me of a thing that I like dipped into a little bit when it came to anime OPs, where a lot of anime OPs in the mid-aughts had a lot more build-up to them, where they would take like, I want to say 10 to 20 seconds for a build-up, whereas nowadays it tends to start on a very intense either downbeat, or that build-up is shorter for like 5 seconds. I'm going about the male protagonists, even if I don't watch as much as I used to. But then that's good, because that gives you, like, no, in a certain discussion, that gives you like a kind of point to jump from, that gives you a foundation to start with. But even like that, being able to have like that type of discussion about anime in various different ways, that is useful. That's like an important thing to be able to do, to keep discussions or conversations like interesting. Because if the discussion kind of starts and stops with, well, I only know really much about this one thing, then it kind of really limits what you can talk about. Not in a bad way. Like, no, there's some people that are really knowledgeable about that one thing that they're really into. But how do I put it? To me, a compelling conversation is not essentially 2 Wikipedia articles trading information. But that also comes like from a very artistic, how do I put it? Very expressive, qualitative type of thing, where like, I like a lot about Persona 4. I like a lot about Persona 4. I like a lot about Persona 3, and I like a lot about Persona 5. But I also like trading those types of, I want to say varying opinions. Because there's a lot of things I don't like about Persona 5, but there's some things Persona 5 does better than 4 or 3. There's some things that 3 does a lot better than 4 or 5. And there's a lot of things that 4 does better than 3 and 5. Like a lot of give and take in those contrasts, and I like hearing different people's opinions about those various things. And then how that bleeds into different conversations, where it's just like, oh, if you like that thing from that thing, then maybe you might like how it was used in this thing. There was a video I watched that talked about timers. I think it was a design doc video. But he talked about timers in video games and how that's very different either in something like Persona, which is more kind of soft timers, where it's just like, hey, you have a set amount of time or allotment of days to do these things. And like that made me think how that changed in Persona 3 and Persona 4 and Persona 5, where Persona 3, it's really soft, but you can gauge your progress by how far you got up into Tartarus. Like if you got to one of the landings where you weren't able to continue further up before a full moon, that meant, okay, if you can make it here, you should be set for the full moon. It's not a hard timer. It doesn't tell you that you need to do that, but that's a good indicator of using that timer. Whereas Persona 4, that timer's a lot more invisible, because you have to go based off of when the rain starts and when the rain continues for multiple days. So it could rain next week, or it could rain in a couple days, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be there consistently. But if you also do that stuff early, then you can continue through that. But then Persona 5 gives you way more of a direct, immediate, harsh date of like, hey, you have 20 to 25 days to do this. You have to do that now. You have to do that within this time frame. I did get a hot take about Makona P5, but I had to say I had an understanding where they came from with that. Trust me, I've heard about various things when it comes to people's various tastes with the characters. But then the timers in Persona games are very different than the timer in something like Dead Rising, which I really like. I really like Dead Rising's timer, because that means that you have to be a lot more deliberate. I really like Dead Rising 2, and I played Dead Rising 1, because what really made me like Dead Rising 1, despite how much, as much as this would be like a case against it, Dead Rising 1, I had one run where I had a bad save. Like outright, I had a straight bad save where I'd saved in a spot that was really far from where I needed to go, and I needed to get there before that timer ran out, or else I would fail one of the main story missions. And every time that I got there, or every time that I was around a corner from getting there, the timer expired, and then I failed the main story mission, and then it wasn't game over, but it's like, hey, you messed up. The main story can't continue. So it put me into a time loop. It put me into a time loop where essentially it's like, okay, I need to figure out more about this location. I need to figure out the ways that I can go. I need to figure out what enemies are going to be in my way in these spots. I need to figure out what I should do and what I should not do. And if I run into this problem spot, then I have to figure out how to do that. essentially, it's not full on, but it had structure similar to something like speedrunning. So it's soft lock. No. Because I did get better at it, and I got better enough that I was able to get through there. I was able to get through there and get to where I needed to go, and I made it through. It was like right on the cusp of soft locking, but because of that harsh timer, and after that experience, that was the experience where just like, oh, I really do need to be mindful of the time, and I need to get better at routing, which means I need to get more involved in not only how I deal with zombies, I need to better budget my free time, I need to better budget what I'm doing when and where I'm doing those things. And that's something I really like. That's why Unsighted's in my, that's why that's in my wish list, because that's an entire game based around that type of timer. Like, it's really, that part is really fun to me. I really like that micromanagement. I like that budgeting of my time and figuring out what I need to do and what I should do to better give myself not only chances, but also of giving myself more time. It's a reward for mastery. That's what I'm trying with the guide this playthrough for P5R. There was... I'm trying to remember what the statistic was. It was in a Psych of Play video. It was in a Psych of Play video that really highlighted a lot of things for me. It was his last video. Gamers are changing and I have proof. But it was one of the categories. It was one of the notes that he had put through, where, that was it. Player motivation. Were the highest primary motivation for players across both male and female demographics was completion. And as a result of that, a lot of people play with a guide because a lot of people do not want to miss anything. And that really caught me by surprise. That really caught me by surprise, but I think that also came from kind of when I started playing games, or like I can't even say when I started playing games, but like when in general I kind of, what I value and what I play when it comes to things. That's why that personality trait of the collector and achievement are like such low things on my priority list. And it's really funny because that started largely because of Undertale. I stopped caring as much about completion. I stopped caring about completion after Undertale. Which is really interesting because that started when that started largely because of the No Mercy route, where I had done the neutral route, then I'd done the pacifist route, and then I heard about the No Mercy route, and then I heard what it kind of entailed, and that it was kind of a stain. That it was a stain on your file, essentially. Because the same thing happened with Near Gestalt, and it was at that point where I had that realization of just, I don't care. Not necessarily I don't care. I have to word this right because it's a very specific way that I compartmentalize that. I was content. I was content with knowing there might be some things in certain games that I don't get access to or that I don't do. And I'm fine with that as long as I have what I would consider like my own kind of complete experience with that. Cause an example, I really like Metaphor. I really like Metaphor my first time through. I still like it. But to me, especially when it comes to Atlas games that are very focused around schedules, especially the modern Persona titles, to me, part of that fun is figuring out, oh, this person tends to be available on this day, and then this person's available on this day, and then I can line that up with doing this and getting those things done at the same time. That's the part that I really had a lot of fun with in Persona 4 and Persona 3 and Persona 5. But I know that there's a couple of people who've played through Persona 5, not Persona 5, Metaphor first time with a guide, and to me, that felt very... I want to say... this is going to sound harsh, but like, to me, it felt very antithetical. Because there's the menu thing that was added in Persona 5, in Persona 4 Golden, where you could see how other people spent their days, and they carried it over into Metaphor. I don't remember if they brought that over into P5 or Royal in any way. But you could see how people spent their days, and like, oh, this person spent this day with Makoto, this person went into the dungeon, this person went to Mementos. And that expression of how you spent those days felt very central to the experience, I'll say. But that's also from my very specific experience of playing Persona 4 first, again with no understanding or idea of any type of guide or whatever. Like figuring out who's available on what days, what personas I should have so that I could better align with these people so that I can help level their social links up, and then plan that out for stuff later while also overlapping with what I need to do in a dungeon and try to get dungeon stuff done as much as I can within certain days. Because certain rainy days I wanted to do other things because those were better things that would help with certain things. Like, hey, if it's raining and I study and I know that I have this test coming up, that helps me increase my knowledge stat a lot more, but then I also lose out on essentially a free day of going into the dungeon. It's in P5R, but I forget if it's in vanilla. I don't think it's in vanilla. But like that whole routing in my own brain, because if I had done that, because to me, if I had done that and I followed a guide to like, hey, you should spend time with this person on this day, so that way you can line it up for all this other stuff. It took me, I want to say 3 to 4 playthroughs. It took me 3 to 4 playthroughs of Persona 4 before I started better scheduling my time around the school friends, so that way I'm not essentially wasting my summer. Jackie, thank you for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful night. I am just in the middle of just talking about Persona and after finishing a personality test game, but welcome raiders. Specific Ocean, thank you for the follow. All customers are welcome in the Atelier. Link to which is down below. But like that expression of like, these are because part of that is also, admittedly, there are some things that might be suboptimal, but because they allowed me to spend time with a character that I liked or doing something that I liked, I would prioritize doing that rather than like, what's the quote-unquote smart option. That's why I really like spending like a couple of those extra dates with Rise, or doing certain things with friends, or doing some things that like would help me get more money because I needed something for because I needed like the extra cash for more items or whatever. Like I used those, I don't want to say I used those, but I played those in a very, I want to say, self-expressive type of way. Or hanging out with Tay. I didn't really spend that much time with Tay. Whoops. Didn't mean to do that. I'm trying to remember who I actually spent the most time with in 5. Because I'll admit this is also part of the thing that these 5 S-Lings didn't really kind of hook me as well. But that is completely a separate issue. But no, there was like some characters were just like I preferred to spend time with if I had no other thing going on that day. And like maybe I was doing something suboptimal. And part of that was also the dialogue choices. Because that's something that really, I think that's also part of what really fed into my experience with P4, was that learning process of learning, oh, this character tends to like these responses. What is the commonality between these responses? And it was, oh, this person likes it when I'm more bold. This person likes it when I'm more cautious. This person likes it when I feed their ego. Because those all felt very in line with learning those characters and learning their traits and being better friends with them. Like, it was a very... It's funny because it's like, no, it's funny because it is kind of, I don't want to say it's the game railroading you as much as it's you figuring out and learning that character's personality, which is you spending time with a friend. You understand better of like how to hang out with that person and how to kind of like talk to them. Yeah, welcome Jackie. What were you streaming? So I can drink water. You get a stronger sense of those characters' personalities. Fortnite. I saw that a lot of people were streaming it. I saw that a lot of people were streaming it recently because of the Simpsons stuff. Because I think there's also like a few Springfield landmarks. I will take your word for it. I don't think I played. No, no, I think the last time I played was with Apollo on stream. But what was that? Yeah, to me, it was part of the experience of like, to me, part of the experience is that failure aspect of that learning, of like that actively learning as you're going type of thing. That's why I had I don't want to say like a very harsh thing about save scumming. That's why I really liked my Baldur's Gate 3 run the way that I did it. Because I know a lot of people, a lot of people, would reset and do things if certain rules didn't go their way in that game, which meant that they were saving persistently. And I can understand that, but to me, part of the fun in Baldur's Gate and D&D was if certain things went wrong, it was kind of figuring out what to do from there. Or, okay, how can I use this as a storytelling moment? Like, what would make this scene interesting? And you can't really do that if you're just resetting every time that things don't go your way or things don't kind of pan out the way that they did. Because for my Baldur's Gate run, my first Baldur's Gate run, I killed Shadowheart. I did not trust her. I did not trust her for a very important decision. And I said, stop, you're not doing that. I need to make sure you don't fuck this up so that we can actually solve the problem here. Because nothing that I had seen, like, indicated that she wouldn't have done the thing that was bad. And so the rest of my game was me running with Karlach and Will. And that's how I ended up turning Will into a summoner. So that he can make up for that, we can make up for the lack of manpower. I mean, when I forgot how to get action from on the citadel. But I played it up as a bit. The consort. I'm trying to remember what that one is. I never played Emmy one. Which is funny, because I did play Mass Effect 3. I did end up playing Mass Effect 3, but I never went back and played any of the other ones. But again, like, that whole process of just, like, sometimes the more interesting thing happens when you kind of fail and then see what goes from there. It's just part of the experience. But that also depends on the type of game that it is, because there are certain games where that could turn into a death spiral, but also part of the fun kind of is crawling out of that spiral of essentially, I want to say, clawing back for a happy ending. Because you're doing what you can. You're doing what you can for, you're doing what you can from, like, a very bad position. Deus Ex. Deus Ex is really good for that. A lot of immersive systems are really good for that. There's definitely a uniqueness in a first-time playthrough. Yeah, because you're not very... Because you don't have that foreknowledge of knowing, oh, this happens here or this happens then, so you're not prepping for it, so you're not, like, min-maxing or doing all this other stuff. But min-maxing is fun for some players. Like, for some people, the fun part is min-maxing and prepping for that type of stuff and essentially getting as powerful as you can and kind of steamrolling. Part of that is the power fantasy. Like, that's what makes Resident Evil, that's what makes replaying Resident Evil games so much fun to me, because it's like, okay, I gotta do this, then I gotta do this, and then I gotta do that, but you know what's coming up next, and it's that, like, that foreknowledge and planning for that. Being able to do that prep and planning ahead of time, that's what makes playing Resident Evil so much fun for me, especially the classic ones, especially on a replay. But then there's also that fun uniqueness of the first time through, where it's just like, okay, I don't know what's coming up next, so I have to prep for this, but then I also have to make sure that I have enough inventory slots for these things. Like, it's a very, I want to say precarious. It's a balancing act. it's a balancing act because you don't want to make people feel too... I don't want to say empty. What's the wrong word? What's the right word? You don't want players to feel too... helpless. You don't want them to feel like they're death spiraling or that they don't really have options, or that they can't really get themselves out of bad situations, especially if you want to encourage them to continue past bad situations. It's a very unique balance to kind of like maintain. That's also why I really like VNs. That's honestly really why I like a lot of visual novels. Because sometimes a quote-unquote bad choice for one thing ends up leading into something that's very unique and interesting. That's why I want to play Steins Gate. I also don't want them to rage quit. Yeah. Yeah, but I also think that at a certain point that's more of somebody's, I want to say, tolerance for tension. Because Pathologic 2 especially is one of those cases where it was and is very easy for people to rage quit and kind of death spiral. Very literally death spiraling, because each death, that is also one thing that did cause a lot of people to kind of like give up on Pathologic, where your deaths are cumulative and they eat away at you, as in every time that you die in Pathologic 2, it will reduce your maximum HP. It will reduce your maximum amount of stamina. It will reduce your maximum amount of health. It will reduce your maximum amount of thirst. It will reduce your maximum amount of hunger. Like, dying in Pathologic 2 causes a death spiral. And you can't escape it by reloading an old save, because it carries through those saves. That's what caused a lot of people to rage quit that game, because if you didn't learn or didn't figure out what you were doing, you were continuously death spiraling. It was getting easier and easier to die. But then, at a point, the game says, hey, I'll take off all those debuffs. You'll be able to die with no consequence. It'll cost ya. I won't tell you what, and I won't tell you when, but it'll cost you. And you can choose to take it or not. But that's after like a lot of deaths, and that's typically after where a lot of people already like quit from the game. Don't take that deal. But no, that's how the game like used that to reinforce itself. It used that as like, hey, you need to learn how these things operate and how these systems work, or else you will just keep dying. And it's going to get easier for you to die, so you need to learn how this game works. What was it? Failure is the best teacher. Like, you have to be willing to fail. You have to be willing to fail if you ever want to learn. And I think Pathologic 2 was one of the most extreme cases of that. Probably not the most extreme, but definitely one of the most extreme in modern times, or like I'd say like modern era gaming. Especially when so many games are very, how do I put it? Risk averse and anti-tension. Which is what which is what pulled me into so much into it. I liked that it was so because because it meant like, hey, you actually have to learn what we're doing. That's why I really like Fear and Hunger. So I have to say, like, discovering pacifism in Undertale, but I'm having a bit of a deja vu there. The pacifism in Undertale is a very, like, no, you have to commit to that. That's why Toriel was such a heavy thing. Cause like, okay, there are gonna be some situations where it's not that simple. You can't just pick the I'm not gonna hurt you option and then everything kind of works out. You have to show persistence. And that carries through. Cause that gets reiterated upon later. Which is a really good teaching moment. You really have to commit to what you're doing, and you really have to learn from the game. And you really have to just kind of like, no, you have to show I'm willing to endure this. I'm willing to endure this, and I'm willing to commit to my choices. And I understand the cost that it's going to, I'm really going to understand the cost of that. Because learning that, especially in Toriel, learning that pacifism is an option against Toriel, it seems, I don't want to say it seems childish, but it seems obvious, especially now that we're used to how it works, especially in Deltarune. But because you have to think, for the entire game up to that point, through that entire tutorial section, every time that you spared an enemy, it was after you did like 1 to 2 actions, and then you spared them, and then that was it. Toriel teaches you, hey, if you're gonna do pacifist, not every fight's gonna stop after 2 to 3 actions. You're gonna think that you might be doing something wrong, and sometimes you are, but other times you might just have to wear the other enemy down. You have to show persistence in this route, that you have to show persistence in this action. It is not something that is just a quicker and better and easier out. It is something that comes with its own cost, and it's something that comes with its own cost. Because that's what got a lot of people at the first time. It's like, oh, I guess I can't pacify her because nothing's happening within like the 2 to 3 turns. And that's not even the game being... That's not even, I want to say, the game, that's not like hostile design. That was just, no, that's the game showing you, hey, this is how it works here. It's not like, to bring it back to Metal Gear, because the trade-off, especially with 2 and 3, with the trank weapons, with 2 and 3, you especially had to account for a little bit of like drop, since it's not a, since you were firing like a trank dart, it was more affected by gravity than a bullet, quote unquote. Justification for why like bullets were hit scan, but the non-lethal option was the one that you had to account for distance, but like there was functionally no difference. 2 Panty and Stocking songs back to back. There's functionally no difference between a lethal pistol, a lethal silence pistol, and a trank pistol. One was you put the enemy down, they stay down forever. The other one was you put the enemy down and they stay down until somebody else wakes them up, or you do something that wakes them up. But mechanically, they function the same thing. They function the same way. You aim it, then you shoot, then they drop down. And that's largely how a lot of pacifism was kind of depicted in video games. Or at least how it was presented as an option. It was essentially just, hey, are you going to be a good guy and knock out all the bad guys? Or are you going to be a bad guy and after you knock out all the bad guys, kill them in their sleep and then string them up so that the enemies get to see what remains of their corpse? Like, part of that also leads into the whole morality systems of how games were, especially during the mid-aughts, but that's a very... It was very black and white. There was no real mechanical involvement in that, which robbed a lot of those things of being significant. Again, one of the best morality choices in anything comes in your automata, but I can't say what that is because a lot of people don't get the rough see. Point being, because I see the odds coming up soon, Undertale, I think, is one of the best initial examples of how to really do player agency and player choice in a video game. And it shows you, hey, this is something that you really have to do. It's not something that is just like, and it's not you pressing B and then you getting the good guy points. It's, you will have to endure, you will have to think differently, you will not be able to brute force, and you can't, you can fight at any time that you want. But if you do that, you're breaking from this course. And we're letting you know that you're breaking from this course by making you kill the tutorial character who's only meant you well. And by we, I mean Toby Fox. Which means Undertale is just a really well-designed game. Yeah, let me... Hang on, because I know ads are... Oh my god. Yeah, ads are playing. Give me a... Wait, huh? Are they? Because it looks like they are. Ugh. I'll BRB anyway. And give it like a brief second and then I can answer that that comment. So I'll be right back. What in the goddamn? Why am I at 12 viewers? I didn't see a raid party. Something's not right. nonsense and some kind of fuckery. And like right as ads are about to finish too. Okay, ads should be... Hang on, there we go. Ads should be over. Why am I at 12 viewers? That doesn't make sense. I still see the comment. Thank you, Fizzer. I did say this before, but I do wish Dr. in Chapter 2 committed to the no choices thing in the first one. I think it is more interesting that they do give you choices. I think it's fascinating. I think it's fascinating, especially considering how heavy it is leaning into the your choices won't matter, or your choices cannot change the ending. Because that makes me very curious. That makes me very curious about how the ending will contextualize them. Because it's so funny having Undertale being one of the best generally ever of choices actually mattering, as well as how you make those choices and how that impacts the game going forward. But then changing that for the actual game, as Toby says, into your choices will not matter. You cannot change the outcome. But then I also like that factors into... I like that factors into the experience. Because, no, I think... What was it? The illusion of choice. I never thought of it like that. Because that's why I'm so curious why we have those choices. Because if he's saying stuff... Because the constant framing is like, hey, there is... Because if the constant framing is, there are these things that we cannot change. We cannot impact the ending. There is nothing that we can do. Then why do we still have the option of doing the Snowgrave route? Like, what's the point in it? What's the point in it? Why is that having long-standing, long-lasting, like, impacts and circumstances? Like, what's going on with that? That's what makes it so fascinating to me. Because again, like, those choices have to be directly important. Not important. It's... Because Snowgrave itself was also one of those things where you have to be very deliberate about your actions in order for that thing to happen. Because it also felt like when Undertale came out, it changed how a lot of other games interacted with and experienced and kind of dealt with their moral choices. You had to be... Not had to. Not had to, but it was a lot more... I want to say direct, where like your actions, a lot more, the bar was raised, is a way of putting it. The bar was significantly raised in the expectations that, hey, if moral choices matter and what I'm doing is significant, then that has to be reflected through the actions I do and not just me pressing the good guy button or the bad guy button. Which again wraps into stuff like Unsighted, where a lot of those moral choices and a lot of the things that you do comes down to you doing those certain things, or you finding bits of information, or you finding like those interesting bits of information and then using that to inform those decisions that you make, which leads back into RefindSelf, where a lot of that, like, a lot of those choices that I made in that game would be morality choices in other games, but there's so many of them, and because they're not, well, they're kind of directly morality choices, especially in something like Catherine, because those determined how much you aligned for either freedom or order, and that had an impact on the endings that you had available to you. But turning that in the guise of a personality test game makes it a lot more interesting, because you're no longer just trying to avoid a quote-unquote bad ending. You're just free to kind of experience and express how you want to be. Which makes that so much more interesting, which makes it so interesting as a personality test game, but also as a game that very directly ties quote-unquote morality with the choices that you make, because it's not just you, even though a lot of them were you making or picking dialogue options. It was about the actions that you did. It was like, hey, did you color it this way? How many times did you pet the sheep? Did you pet its head first? Did you pet the body? Did you check the grave? Did you collect the flowers? Did you put the flowers on the grave? Did you follow the thing you were supposed to do for the shrine? Did you look into somebody's info? Did you do something that was important to that other person? Taking away the framing of those being morality judgments frees you up so much to turn a game that is filled with quote-unquote morality tests into being a personality test. You get to make it so much more interesting of just like, hey, I wonder how our players do that. That's why I really like Baldur's Gate 3. That's why I really like Baldur's Gate 3, because it doesn't have the alignment system, so you're not hard, you're not fixed to being like, what was it? What were the alignments? Lawful good, lawful neutral, lawful evil, and then it was for neutral, and then, yeah, it was for good, it was good, neutral, and evil, and then it's lawful, neutral, or chaos. No, what was it? Chaotic. Like, there's still frameworks of that. There's still frameworks of that depending on the character. Like, I think Astarion was chaotic neutral, and yeah, Astarion was like chaotic neutral. Minthara was lawful evil, I think. But without having those as hard, like, boundaries, as like, hey, your character is this, outside of the Dark Urge. And outside of playing Paladins, because Paladins naturally have those restrictions in their kit. No, you're allowed to make very interesting and very funny decisions. And it becomes a little bit of like a personality test. Like, there's some, like, sure, there's gonna be some options that you can pick that are much, I want to say, beneficial. They're definitely a lot more beneficial depending on the things that you're going for, and if you want certain outcomes, then you kind of have to pick certain things. But then that plays a huge part into the roleplay, because it's like, okay, am I saying this because I actually believe in this, or do I want the good? Am I saying this because I believe this and because I want the good thing to happen, or am I saying this because I want to benefit from that? and depending on who your character is and how you roleplay them, that adds a lot of texture, that adds a lot of character to your character. And then you get into what makes really fun role-playing. You're not just picking the good option or the bad option, you're picking very interesting options, and how you justify that and characterize that determines who you are, or determines how your character is. That's what makes role-playing so fun. That's what makes D&D so fun to me. Granted, that's me from a very partly biased actor perspective. But like that's what makes doing this stuff so much fun. That's what makes these types of games like RefindSelf or that's what makes RefindSelf so interesting. That's what makes like all these other various experiences just like, no, really fun and cool. Because they really are like a little bit of a snapshot of the person playing them. It's really, no, it's fun. It's a really fun and cool experience. But yeah, that's it does tell you a lot about yourself sometimes. Yeah, like no, you as much as I bemoan some, I want to say some games, not some games, but like some people who think like, some people who play RPGs purely as like, oh, I want to play this only as like how I would have played through it, or like how I would have been, or whatever. Like no, there is parts of that where it's just like you get to learn about yourself. You get to learn about yourself. You get to learn kind of who you not necessarily want to be. But again, to go back to what RefindSelf says, like where was the line? Like it's the small consistent actions that you end up doing. It's those small consistent actions that end up determining more of who you are. Those unconscious bits distinguish humans from machines. It's the little things that you do. It's not always like the huge, big, grand gestures. It's the small things that you do consistently, repeatedly. Those end up determining, not necessarily like determining, but those like shape who you are a lot more than the really big specific actions. And that carries over into how you play certain games, or how you act about certain things, how you respond to different things. No, that's just the experience. That's what makes playing games like these so much fun, and that's what makes playing different games, that's what makes playing like these various different games so entertaining, and especially watching other people. You learn not only about yourself, but also about others. It's a fun experience. And to go for tonight. Always fun to hear you talk about things. Have a good night, Fizzer, and thank you for stopping by. Cause I actually am probably gonna raid out in a sec anyway. Cause I am also getting I'm getting tired, but I've also I'm basically almost at 6 hours, so I'm happy. I've hit my my threshold. So yeah. Because I need rest. I need rest if I want to do my stream tomorrow. So yeah. I'm going to raid into Shirokase Kaede. So yeah, thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning, noon, or night, no matter when you're watching this. Thank you for the stream. Thank you, Alina. I hope your collab was fun. I was only able to check it out for a little, but like anytime I get to see somebody play, anytime that somebody gets their first exposure to Love in Deep Space is so funny, even though I'm mainly speaking from my own experience, because that was a very... Every time I see that game, I keep thinking it's like something else than it actually is. Like completely... I don't know. Like that's not the type of game that I would imagine. But also, I don't know. I'm a girl kisser, so like I don't understand or see the appeal. I guess that is my entire thing. It was intended to be humorous. Yes, rating. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning or night. The atelier is closing. You do not need to go home, but you make Jonah dateable. You do not need to go home, but you can't stay here, but I can at least leave you in good hands. So until then, Johnny, see you tomorrow.